The Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Blue Ribbon level sponsors WVU Medicine, CBP Enterprises LLC, Valley Health Marketing and Communications, Equitable Advisors Nicholas Abereg, and Gantz Excavating. Premium Ribbon level sponsors Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County and Tropical Sioux. Reserve Champion level sponsors Panhandle Dumpsters LLC and Tad's Dairy Barn. And Grand Champion level sponsors Mays Septic and Porta Potts LLC, Southern States of Charlestown, and the Hornby Media Group.
And a very pleasant Friday afternoon across the Eastern Panhandle, wherever you may be tuning in. Welcome into the final day of the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. It has been a fun week. It has been an exciting week and a lot of activities that we have squeezed into this 6-day process. Before we introduce you to the panel today and who will be helping us out throughout the day, this portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Mary Beth Blair not able to be a part of the Youth Fair today. She will have some closing statements with Dawn Pingley and Mike Hornby as we close out the program tonight. So sitting in her place is Hannah Alt, Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. Hannah, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. How excited are you for tonight?
I'm so excited.
I can tell by the look on your face, the sheer terror on your face right now.
Oh, absolutely.
Sitting in the hot seat, as always, across from me as we will get into some indoor exhibits, is Mr. Mikey Withrow. Mikey, welcome back into what has become home for you this week.
It is. It is my second home away from home. Usually I live at the fairgrounds, I think, this week, but this has been a good change of scenery for a while, so...
And in just a few minutes, not in this segment as we will close out Section 8 of the indoor exhibits, but in about 15 or 20 minutes, we will welcome in Barbie Frankenberry. Barbie, how are you? Welcome to the Youth Fair for the first time this week.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be here. I always attend the Youth Fair, so this makes it even more special that I get to help out with announcing some of the virtual awards. So
have you been watching this week?
Oh, definitely.
Awesome.
Oh, my.
Glad to hear.
I've even been at ball games, and I have my cell phone up so that I can hear and watching it so that I don't miss anything. Yeah.
Well, it'll be a fun night tonight as we will close out all of our indoor exhibits. We will also have videos on the aging out of the nine of the 10 Youth Fair participants that will be aging out tonight, and we will have auction updates throughout the night. Mikey's going to leave here about 6 o'clock, go down and help with that. We will have several other people sitting in his seat tonight that we will be giving updates on the auction all the way up until the 9 to 10 range when we will sign off for the week, because who knows when that auction will go to, Mikey.
Absolutely. So technically, if you go by the written material that's out there, so it will close at 7. That is when it will start that process. But with the horse gun style ending that we will have, a horse race style, every time that someone bids, as long as it is within those couple minutes, it will reset the clock. Oh. So if buyers are putting in money and putting in bids every couple of minutes, checking back into it, it'll keep resetting until no one is bidding at all. And the reason we do that is to give every kid the best chance, the best possibility of getting that highest bid that you can, because the kids have poured an immense amount of work, not only into that project, but into the marketing of that project. And Hannah can attest to that. It's letters going out, it's baking cookies and delivering them, it's ordering pizza for a shop. Anything that you can do to present yourself to that buyer, essentially it's a show in itself. They are presenting themselves the best that they can. Some of them get dressed up in suits and go and deliver these hand deliver these handwritten notes. I know I've got a lot of hand in that one, but it becomes kind of a tradition. Everyone looks forward to that. A lot of the businesses look for that time of the year because they know that it is fair season.
Do you have any updates number-wise? I know we were talking about it in
updates.
We were talking about it in the conference room before we went on the air, and we're about 68% of where we were at this point last year.
We're getting up there. The total number of bids just surpassed 2,800, and the total number of bidders is at 162. And of course, we're selling off that 183 lots in the auction. So there's still plenty of time to bid, still plenty of time to set up an account if you are a new business, or even if you just want to go and sponsor a youth on your own. There are a lot of options as far as going and buying. Of course, you can have it sent to a slaughterhouse. We have the custom processors that are already booked I know that was something that a lot of people were having, a hard time finding, is someone to actually do the butchering process for them. There's a couple month wait. Some of them are already booked up to next year. So the fact that we have those butcherings already secured is a huge advantage. Your next option is to send it to a resale barn, and we will facilitate as the youth fair. You just tell us which one you want to go to. We go to Winchester, Hagerstown, and Greencastle, and essentially what will happen is we will take that animal up there. The fair has complete and total competent people that go up there for us. They have been doing this for years, just like everybody else. What happens is once they sell it at either of the locations, they will then send the business a check. It depends on the luck of that night, depends on what you get back. And then the third process, you can request it to be taken home. So it would come, so if Mike decided he wants to buy a little ewe lamb tonight, for example, he can request to pick that up tomorrow at the youth fairgrounds. So.
And just to clarify, because I had this question when we were sitting in the conference room earlier, when you say that the auction is supposed to end at 7,
Mm-hmm.
but it will continue as long as the bids keep flowing.
Yes.
That is for everything. It's not just if one animal has, or a handful
Absolutely.
of animals have bids. The entire auction will stay open for as long as there's a bidding of at least just one animal, right?
Correct. And the reason for that is Berkeley County's always had a long-standing tradition of recognizing our backup bidders. Mm-hmm. So if I am the lead bidder and Hannah swoops in at the last minute and outbids me, and that busts my budget, that gives me the opportunity to go and find someone to help fill the budget that I brought. I mean, a lot of our buyers come and they might know I have $5,000 on the dot to spend. So it almost becomes a puzzle. Okay, if I have $650 left over, what can I buy in that lineup to fill that? And that's going to bump another buyer. So it kind of fulfills that chain reaction going down. And that's where we get a lot of that friendly competition. A lot of people call, hey, are you bidding on Brian Long's lamb, for example? No, but I'm bidding on Gunner Knight's hog. So it really just depends. There is a lot of friendly competition that comes with bidding, and that is something that we, hope that is being fostered still within businesses. Call them, give them that little friendly poke, say, well, I outbid you on this one. What are you going to do next? That's part of that camaraderie of the sale, and it kind of, it benefits the kids, it benefits the participants, makes everybody look a little bit better. So.
All right, well, we will have auction updates throughout the night, but I believe it is time to get into some indoor exhibits, Mikey.
I do believe you are correct, sir. So the first thing we are going to start with is indoor woodworking. So we are going to start with Class 1, measuring up year 1. And your first entry should be exhibitor number 12 from Tomahawk Warriors, Mr. Austin Jordan. In this project, they are building all the same project. There are specifications in the rules and in the written text of the book. And we ask that they include a ruler, that way we can see the dimensions of the project. So Austin does a great job on his project, and for that he will be receiving a first premium ribbon. Next on your screen is number 72, Holden Custer from Southern Cross 4-H Club. We do give them the opportunity to kind of decorate it however they want. So you will see variations in what the finished product looks like, but as you'll notice, they all are very similar in this nature of size, shape, all that will be very similar. So Holden Custer, number 72, is doing a phenomenal job, and he will be receiving a second premium ribbon. Up next is exhibitor number 17, Blake Puffenberger from Swan Pond 4-H Club. I mean, Blake has done a phenomenal job all week. He has been knocking it out of the park with some of these indoor and outdoor exhibits. So, how goes out to him, and for his efforts, he will be receiving a blue ribbon. Next is exhibitor number 258, Emily Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. I'll say, so we've seen a natural color, we've seen a blue, a red, and we're getting to these darker colors. The trick is, as you can see from the corners, you can really see the detail, and that's why we ask for these close-up pictures. It helps with the judging, it makes it a little bit smoother in that process. So Emily does a great job on this. Again, entry number 258, Emily Orndorff receives a blue ribbon. Next up is entry number 300, Megan Hess from Blue Ridge Helping Hands as well.
Hold on, Mikey, real quick.
Yep.
Let's go. This is 300. Let's go back to 258.
258.
Real quick. My apologies.
No worries.
258. Here we go. Here's that close-up of 258.
There we go, Emily. So again, you can see the detail and how greatly improved these corner pieces get. Sometimes with the earlier projects, you'll see gaps in it. And that's where we start to fault some points in that. So Emily did great on this project, and again, she got a blue ribbon. Now on to 300, Megan Hess from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And again, nice quality exhibit. You can tell the corners are joined very nicely. Really great equal coat of paint across the board. So Megan as well is going to be getting a blue ribbon. Last entry for that class is exhibitor number 325, Timmy Lease from Valley Star. And again, this is where that it's the importance of that ruler or that measuring tape. That way we can see the true dimensions of that project. So we do ask them to pretty much stay right on the dot with that. That way we can have that uniformity in judging. So Timmy does a great job with that, and he is going to be receiving a blue ribbon as well. That rounds out Class 1. So we're going to move on to Class 2, measuring up Year 2. So this is very similar as it was in cooking. It is going to be very similar across the class, but you're going to see a little bit of different in nature of what each person is putting in. So your first exhibitor for this class is number 282, Justin Robertson from Wetumpka 4-H Club. So with these napkin holders, you'll see a little bit of difference. It was funny, the first time our judge looked at some of these, some of my favorite comments come from them because they're like, why did you guys do taco holders? I'm like, it's not a taco holder, it's a napkin holder. But Justin, again...
Could it double as a taco holder?
Hey, what you do with it is your business. I would use it as a taco holder. That sounds like a good plan to me. So Justin does a phenomenal job on this. Again, number 282 is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon.
All right, now that we've taught hard or soft shell?
Soft.
Okay.
You can get more stuff in it.
You can. I agree.
That's all it is. You can get more stuff in it. Next is going to be exhibitor 156, Miss Brianna Ryder from Wetumpka 4-H Club. And again, all very similar, but you will see a lot of variation as far as the coloring and the pattern. And again, she does a great job. A lot of these exhibitors put a lot of time and quality work ethic into these projects just as much as they would any other exhibit. So don't let it, surprise you. You will see a lot of time spent on these indoor projects. Miss Ryder is going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Up next is entry number 38, Colt Collis from Hedgesville Fire Company. Again, same project, different color. We always want them to make something that they are going to use, make something that they're proud of. So we do not judge them on kind of what they choose as far as what color it is. So Colt does a great job with the construction of this project, and he is going to be receiving a blue ribbon. Up next is entry number 124, Rafe Emmerich from Sulphur Springs. Again, a lot more detail went into this, but we don't actually look at kind of those additional pieces that they add on. We are looking more at the construction of the project. Again, great construction. If you can see where they are put together, you won't notice hardly any gaps as they get into the second year of project. So they all do a phenomenal job. And Rafe is going to be receiving a blue ribbon as well. Up next is entry number 138, Sierra Knight from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. Again, very traditional in her color choice, which we always appreciate, but she does a fabulous job, in the joining of those bottom pieces to that sideboard. And for those reasons, she will be receiving a blue ribbon. I'll say you'll hear this last name again, but Bailey Ryder from Wetumpka as well is entry number 152. Again, very similar coloring patterns, but they are all a little bit different. Construction of this is a great makeup. Again, across the board, all of the competitors this year did a phenomenal job of following those detailed plans, as well as making sure that ruler is up and present. And for that reason, this is going to be awarded a blue ribbon as well. Next should be entry number 335, Mr. Andrew Bean from Southern Cross 4-H Club. So you will see some differences in the corners of those. That is going to be how they finished it with sanding. So that is all part of the construction process. So mainly, as long as they are smooth and are within a reasonable amount, they are all judged on uniformity across the board. So Andrew does a phenomenal job on that, and he is going to be awarded with a blue ribbon as well. Next is entry number 449, Presley Hurlbrink from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Again, phenomenal job with those attachments to that bottom board. There's no gaps at all, which is always a great thing in construction. The reason why is it doesn't allow any moisture down into it. Moisture causes mold. Mold makes them ineffective because you have to throw it away. So Presley does a great job with this and will be receiving a blue ribbon as well. So that rounds out Class 2, and with that being said, I'm going to throw it back over to you, Matt.
All right, it is time to get in our first break of the Youth Fair today. This portion of the show brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare, close to home. Back with more indoor exhibits on the final day of the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here for TV 10. Mary Beth Blair, your host all week, not able to be with us tonight. A prior engagement. Believe she has a wedding to go to this evening, so she is not able to join us. But sitting in her seat the remainder of the night is Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, Hannah Alt. So, Hannah, I didn't put you on the spot too much in that first segment, so we're trying to ease you in here.
I appreciate it.
Mikey Withrow, of course, is with us. Barbie Frankenberry will join us here in a few minutes as we get deeper into the show today. But, Mikey, let's first go back to Section 8 of the indoor exhibits. I believe we have Class 3 and 4 to get to right now.
Absolutely. 2 quick classes. We have 2 entries in Class 3 and 4 entries in Class 4. So first up is going to be Mr. Donald Moss from Mount Airy Winners, entry number 252, measuring up year 3. And again, this planter box, again, they have to follow very detailed instructions to make sure, and proof is in that because of the dimensions on the measuring tape. So there is a lot that goes into these projects, and the kids are very proud of them. And, you know, a lot of them last for years to come. They just don't make them and throw them away. You know, it's neat to see some of these exhibitors that have family. You know, you'll see 3 or 4 different examples of the picture frame, and usually they get better year after year. So very good job. Donald does a phenomenal job with his box, and he is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon. Next on the screen should be entry number 37 from Colin Severance from New Adventures 4-H. And again, top-notch job. You'll see a lot of variance in these projects again because we do give them, the creativity to make them whatever color they want. Some of them are indoor, some of them are outdoor. Just kind of depends on what they want to use them for. Colin does a phenomenal job in the overall construction of this project, and for that he is going to be awarded with a second premium ribbon. Moving on to Class 4, our first entry should be exhibitor number 15, Bo Dugan from Scrabble Scramblers 4-H Club. In this metal scoop, they are doing multiple different things, not just working with wood, they are working with that flat metal there. Shows off a lot of different skills and abilities in woodworking as well as metal fabrication. That's a different word than what we've heard all week, but these exhibitors put a lot into these. They're not that big, but they do take that much more effort to make sure they look right. So Bo does a phenomenal job in this and will be rewarded with a blue ribbon, or first premium ribbon, Up next is entry number 134, Savannah McDonald from Wetumpka 4-H Club. I'll say Savannah does a phenomenal job as well. I think one of the hardest parts of this project is making sure that handle is fastened to the oval that's at the beginning of the scoop. So she does a phenomenal job of that. And, we do get them to submit multiple pictures, but in this one you can see the general construction of it, and she does a phenomenal job on this project. For that reason, she's going to be receiving a second premium ribbon. Up next is entry number 111, Miss Madeline Emmerich from Sulphur Springs Superstars. Again, we really try to get all the kids to put that ruler in there. That way we can see the total dimensions. It might look kind of far away while it's on the screen, but while judging, you can zoom in and you can see exact measurements because the ruler is there. So Madeline does a great job with that, and she's going to be rewarded with a third premium ribbon. Last in the class is entry number 292, Miss Madison Sign from Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club. And again, great overall design, great overall application in this. A lot of the kids that do this do go on to work throughout the whole series of woodworking, eventually ending up in the kind of self-determined Class 13 of this. They make great projects, and this is just proof in it that, you start with quality projects, you're going to end with quality projects. Madison does a great job, and she's going to be receiving a blue ribbon.
Rolling through the evening so far as we're getting closer to finishing out Section 8 of the indoor exhibits. Mikey, when you look at the just different things we've seen this week, hold on to those, buddy.
I know, breaking everything tonight.
Good, great. When you look at each of these different sections, does it amaze you at the talent of what you see each year that the youth in this county are able to produce?
Oh, absolutely. One of my favorite things is, because, I see these kids throughout the year. Mary Beth was asked kind of last night off air, well, do you know all these kids? I know a large majority of the kids. And I always get the joke, being the age that I am, I always get the poke, well, when are you having kids? My response usually is, I don't need kids. I have 763 of my own. And I truly take that to heart. These kids, while they do go home with their parents, I take full responsibility, for making sure that they have the best 4-H experience possible in this county. And moving on from that, it doesn't matter if they're a first-year exhibitor, like Brian Long. I keep bringing his name up. They make us extremely proud. They don't have to be mine. They don't have to be from a 4-H club that I'm in charge of, but they are part of my county. And to know that 4-H is making that big of a difference, it is truly all I could ever ask for.
I don't think turnover rate is the term I want to use, but it was the first thing that came to mind. Mm-hmm. In regards to how many first years you see come back and the length of which the average kid in 4-H stays, what do you think that is? Do you see a lot of one and dones? Do you see a lot that go from start to when they age out? What do you usually see in that regard?
Usually we have a large influx of 9-year-olds every year, and they usually stay with us until they get to high school. We usually have about 10% of a starting class to say age out at the end. And the reason for that is a lot of our members, when they get to these older ages, they don't necessarily usually pick indoor projects. They are usually livestock, equine. That is when they get into that. And that is just because they've built kind of up to that apex. We still welcome, I technically didn't go to 4-H camp until I was 21. So I showed at the fair, throughout the years. But, if a 21-year-old wants to join 4-H and they still have their eligibility, absolutely take this as 4-H. If you're going equine, do walk, trot, jog. If you're taking, all these different things, we have a class, we have a spot, we have a reason for you to still participate. So age is definitely not a factor of when you can join. It just kind of determines of when you can end.
We'll talk to Mikey a little bit more about how you can get involved in 4-H before he has to get down to the fair tonight and help out with the auction. We need to get in another break. This portion of the program brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg on Route 45. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. We are inching closer to finishing out Section 8 of the indoor exhibits, so let's send it back over to finish out what has been a big packet of indoor exhibits.
Yes, it has.
So let's send it back over to the man of the week, Mikey Withrow.
I'll say, I don't know that you want to say that too loud. I mean, people might expect it to be different. So we are going to move on to Class 5, making the cut year 2. There is a single entry in this exhibit, entry number 361, Miss Maggie Browning from Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club. So fun fact about these stools, some people keep them so long. You know, I do 4-H project tours. I go out and see all the different things. I have seen some 25, 30-year plus stools that are still being used. So these are not just made and thrown away. They, you know, put a lot of time and effort, and they are rewarded with good use in the home. So for Maggie's step stool here, she's going to be receiving a first premium ribbon. Moving on to entry number 130, Ryan Snyder from Mount Airy Winners. I would say this stool, I know these kids way too much. I actually was just talking to Ryan today and saw his dad's post about this. Ryan got to make this with his grandfather, so this is one that is going to be extremely special to him for years to come. And again, that just speaks about the amount of passion and understanding and reasons why kids get into some of these projects. You know, woodworking is kind of a dying breed, dying sport. And to know that, you know, someone taught him how to use his hands to make something like this, you know, that it's quite the story, and, you know, it's quite touching. So, again, Ryan did an excellent, you know, top-notch job with this. He's going to be receiving a first premium ribbon.
And this is just like everything else involved in the youth fair. It just the youth have to participate in the making of this, right? So you say he made this with his all he has to do, or not, I shouldn't say all he has to do, but there has to be participation in some way, shape, or form by the youth who is exhibiting this, right?
So most of these will be made solely by the youth. So it is a technique that is handed down, and the youth are the ones that are actively constructing it.
Okay.
That's not to say, you know, a parent's not you know, starting a nail or...
You don't think they're sending them out in the garage and
No,
say, figure it out, have fun.
Go make a bookshelf. No, we don't encourage that. But we do want to make sure that, you know, the youth are taking the lead on these projects, you know, putting the first effort into it. We don't want any child ever to, you know, feel like a failure and be turned away from any of these projects. So we do encourage them, you know, if they are struggling, go out and help them. You know, don't say, well, it's your project. No. You know, these projects are made to learn, to be an experience. Always try to make it off a good
that's how the youth lose interest, right? If they can't figure it out because there's no
I'm
help
just
behind
done.
it, I'm done, and I don't want to do this anymore.
My favorite one that I've heard so far, and, you know, I hear a lot of different stories about a lot of different projects. Someone was struggling with, it wasn't from this section, I'll say that much. So they just went to YouTube, and, you know, they were able to figure out everything they needed to do through watching YouTube. And, you know, it was kind of funny, the kid, you know, 12 years old, saying, I wasn't just playing on YouTube, I was doing my 4-H project. So, you know, that was a interesting story.
They're not wrong, though.
They were not wrong.
I mean, that is one of the best tools you can use right now. Is you, because there's so many people out there that have done what you're trying to do, and if you're a visual person,
no better way.
There's no better way right now than YouTube.
So it was a great story. You know, the parent was a little perturbed because they were playing on the phone all day, but they were doing their 4-H project. So it was a good story. So next we're going to jump down to self-determined, class 13. First we have 405, Mr. Mark Hunter.
Hold on real quick.
You're fine. Actually, you could do 405. There you go, 405. And again, something about these projects, you know, we ask them to be comfortable in their environment. So a lot of these kids do not actually have all the equipment necessary. And I know Mark, for example, again from Swan Pond 4-H Club, was able to go to someone's shop and have them kind of guide them and his dad through the process of that. So we are very thankful for the, you know, people out like that. You know, when we start talking about the effort that some of these kids put in there, you know, you can truly see it as we get through these more advanced level projects. You know, that is when they're truly learning about the trade. They're putting more of an effort into it. They're just not stopping at just the couple projects. I say couple, but there's really like 12 projects that they have to do to get to this point. But Mark does a phenomenal job with this, and he is going to be rewarded with a first premium ribbon. Next is entry number 16, Mr. Ben Lepole from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. You know, very ornate side table, far beyond my abilities.
I was going to say, I couldn't do that.
Absolutely not. So this speaks to the volume of their passions in learning outside of what we teach them. I guarantee you this is nothing that you will see in a 4-H book, but, you know, to see the effort and creativity put into this table, you know, is quite amazing on my side of the table. You know, just to see that they like this type of project enough to go kind of go rogue in a great way, and take that initiative. Truly live by the 4-H motto. So Ben, I almost said Benny, which I don't know, that would have made him cringe a little, but Ben is going to be receiving a first premium ribbon as well, and that's going to round out our classes of woodworking.
All right, Mikey, here is your opportunity. We've been kind of telling you that you could do this all week.
Yes.
Here is your opportunity.
Bread and butter time.
To pitch 4-H. The stage is yours. The microphone is open. For those listening that may be going, I don't know, is this something that I want to get my kids into? Is there a kid out there going, this looks kind of fun? Pitch it. Be a salesperson. Do your job
Absolutely.
right now. And
I can do that. And it's funny because I get asked a lot, what is 4-H? And I actually just wrote a newspaper article about this. 4-H is what you want it to be. If you want it to be your introduction to livestock, take that leap of faith. We will provide you with as much knowledge. If you need help, call me. I have people lined up that will walk you hand in hand every step of the way through a project. If you are hesitant to join, take that leap of faith. Starting year one, you only have to take one project, and it's called This is 4-H. It can be as simple as taking your picture and putting it on the paper that we provide you as your fair exhibit, or you can create something with the clover. That is your initial project, and from there, sky's the limit. Whatever your passion is, we can find a spot for you, and that is just fair. Outside of fair, you will have club meetings where you will get to know a small group of individuals across the county that either have the same kind of general location that you're in or share the same passions. Some of our clubs are just location based, and other ones do tend to lend themselves towards a certain curriculum. So, for example, Barbie's been a leader of Arden for a very long time, over 30 years. So she has been devout to that, and that's one of our more location clubs. So that is a general interest club. Anyone in that surrounding area, that kind of tends to be where they go. And then if you would look at something like Scrabble Scramblers, again, that is a community club, but there are a lot of members in that club that tend to go towards livestock. As you notice with some of the market shows, Scrabble Scramblers got brought up multiple times, and they have multiple winners and multiple class winners, division winners, and that is something that they kind of brag on. They are kind of, if you want to know livestock and that's the only interest you have, again, that's one of many examples that we could put you in. We also have a very active STEM club. We have horse-specific clubs. We have poultry judging. The sky's the limit as far as what you want to do. And a lot of people say, well, why join 4-H? Why put this effort in? A lot of people, if you ask them, what did 4-H do for you? It changes lives. It truly does. It gives people the ability to be good public speakers. It gives them the ability of responsibility. And, I think that's one of the greatest things that, our projects teach them is responsibility. It shows you how to do paperwork. I'm not going to say that I was not prepared budgeting and financing out of high school, but I guarantee you most of what I knew came from my 4-H projects. And it's just because I had to keep track of profit and loss. I had to keep track of feed statements, all the different materials bought. There is a lot of small components that go into your 4-H projects that make you kind of that be a better leader, be a better human, be a better person. We have 3 mission mandates: STEM, healthy living, and citizenship. And we promote those daily. We are constantly putting stuff out on Facebook, constantly putting out challenges. We do a lot of community service. We do a lot of educational kind of outings, bring in a lot of I know you guys have called me an expert. I do not consider myself an expert, but we bring a lot of experts in their field in to talk to some of these kids to truly find what their passion is. One of my favorite things that we do, and I laugh when I do it, is camp. It's funny because I never camped until I aged out. So my 21st year, that was my only camping experience. But the odd part is that I counseled before then. So, I have this very unorthodox 4-H career, and now I'm in charge of it. And that just goes to tell you, 4-H takes all kinds, and, we're not afraid to help you make that leap of faith. We have someone there to guide you.
Contact. If you're wondering right now where to go, who is your local 4-H branch, if you will?
That is me.
So you contact you.
Contact me.
And you will send people in the right direction.
Absolutely. So my email is very easy. It is Michael, Michael, .withrow, WITHROW, at mail.vu.edu. put in the line joining 4-H, have a child interested, whatever. All you have to do is tell me the child's age, general location, and what they're interested in, and I'll try to find a club for you. A lot of times I'll just send you the laundry list. This is where the clubs are. This is where they meet. Here's some email. If you do not do email, absolutely fine. You can contact us at 400 West Stevens Street, Suite 302, which is actually in the Dunn Building. We are located on the 3rd floor, right above the tax department. So just take the elevator all the way to the top and make a right. Or if you don't want to come in person, you can absolutely call us. It is 304-264-1936. We also have a Facebook page, Berkeley County, West Virginia 4-H. Go on, send a message. I work way beyond, the normal hours of 4-H agent. Barbie will attest to that.
That's why I got Frankenbrittle.
That is why I got Frankenbrittle. Absolutely worth working that many hours for it. But, that's something that our office kind of prides itself on, is being able to get that quick turnaround. I'm not going to lie, we don't hit every message every day, but we try to make sure we get back to everybody in 24 hours.
There it is. There's the 4-H pitch we have been promising Mikey all week. All right, we got to get in a break. We will have the small pet show and the style show coming up at 5 o'clock. We're going to actually, in the next segment, get into our memorials for the last time this week. We may even bring in Barbie, who I'm sure knew all three of our memorials for this week, and get her thoughts on these three amazing people that meant so much to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. That coming up after this commercial break. This portion of the program brought to you by Orsini. Stop by their new showroom on Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9, just outside of downtown Martinsburg. Back with more of the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 as your host tonight. Mary Beth Blair has a prior engagement tonight, so she had been the host previously throughout the week, but not able to join us on the final evening. We will have a message from her, Dawn Pingley, the president of the Berkeley County Youth Fair, and Mike Hornby, the owner of TV10 and Talk Radio WRNR, to close out tonight's events. We are going to go back to something we've done all week long, our memorials of three very special people that have been involved with the youth fair coming up. We'll bring in Barbie Frankenberry, who I'm sure has at least one story of all three of these people. But first, this portion of the program brought to you by 63rd District House of Delegates Democratic candidate Daniel Bennett. Have a great youth fair and continue to strive to do your best. Let's go ahead and bring in Barbie Frankenberry. Again, welcome back into the Youth Fair, the final night, but your first night here.
I know. Thanks. It's great. Great to be here. I really appreciate the fact that Mike Hornby and Carisha have been so very kind in inviting us in. And Matt, you've been wonderful. I would be texting Mary Beth right now, but of course she's not here. We texted frequently during the show because she did such a wonderful job and made us feel so comfortable. So it was really nice to have her with us, and I look forward to tonight and what all we're going to talk about. So I'm excited.
We'll have you in for this.
I'll do the happy hands like Mary Beth.
The style show chair.
Yeah.
So you will be helping us out throughout the 6 o'clock or the 5 o'clock hour rather. But first, I want to go back to the memorials and get just your thoughts of all of these special people. Let's start with Charlotte Shade and just what she meant to the youth fair.
Well, Charlotte and I were asked by my dad. My dad was president of the Berkeley County Youth Fair 6 different times. I know he didn't learn to say no, but he, in 1978, he asked us if we would become the chairpersons of it. And Charlotte and I had never worked together. We had not been in 4-H together. I was in a club in Bunker Hill, and of course she was in the Arden 4-H club. And of course we said yes. I'm not going to turn down my dad, and she's not going to turn down my dad. So we started, and it was quite a challenge because we didn't have a place to be. We were at Old National Bank carrying punch and cookies up on, and no elevator or anything like that. So we started in 1979, and we were out on the field at Coburn Field, and the girls were in what it started out as, if you look at the picture of Charlotte, as what we called a church dress, just a church dress, so that anybody could feel that they were able to be in this contest and feel comfortable about it and not have to go out and buy an evening gown or anything like that. And plus, you're at the fair, and people are going to see you all week long. So that first night, I will never forget it. We were down to the final 2, and Bev McDonald, she was Bev Byers, but now McDonald, she was sitting back there and she had her shoes off, and all of a sudden they announced the queen, and it was Bev. No shoes on. We're yelling, "Get your shoes on, get your shoes on." And so, of course, we were very excited. So she was our first queen in 1979. Charlotte and I spent all those years. Leroy Shade of Art and Equipment would say, "Well, it's fair time, Barbie's here," because I would be there, honestly, almost every day as we worked on different sections of the fair. As Charlotte, a couple of years ago, during the fair, she looked at me and she says, "I'm tired. I'm going to go sit down." And I knew then that she was not well. So my daughter, Jan Frankenberry Chansey, had been queen, and of course she was there helping with it, as are many other queens. And she just stepped right in, and Miss Charlotte was just a very important part of my life. And we called ourselves sisters, even though Charlotte had a sister, and I do too. There's just that camaraderie that 4-H, as Mikey will tell you, it's just there. And of course, we had girls who were FFA girls, who were FHA, Future Homemakers. We've had, the Girl Scouts can be in it, and Boys and Girls Club. So we've met a lot of girls. So do the math. from 1979 until 2019, we were the chairpersons, we are the chairpersons of the Miss Youth Fair contest. The board decided, though, that this year, because of the pandemic, it really wasn't good to try to do a Miss Youth Fair. They would not be able to do all the activities of the Miss Youth Fair, and it's quite a week. And I know, Hannah, you can address that. But Miss Charlotte and I tried to make it a very special time, and Jan has stepped in about 3 years ago, and she too, and Tammy Boyd is on our committee, and Sandy Sims is our stage person, and Miss Charlotte is greatly missed, greatly missed. So now,
let's go ahead and see the memorial for Miss Charlotte Shade.
Definitely.
Becoming an ardent 4-H club member in 1953, Charlotte diligently worked to uphold the 4-H values. As a junior leader, she enthusiastically helped younger 4-Hers complete their projects, making sure they were learning by doing and getting ready for the fair. She was always happy to help. As an older 4-Her, she was chosen to represent Berkeley County in an exchange program with a neighboring state, sharing all she knew about the West Virginia 4-H program. In 1960, Charlotte was crowned the very first Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, establishing a tradition that continues to be a vital part of the fair today. She served on the Miss Youth Fair committee, always smiling, encouraging, and loving each one of her contestants. Charlotte was a West Virginia 4-H All-Star, demonstrating and committing herself to the 5 points of the star: beauty, fortitude, love, truth, and above all, the All-Star motto of service. Leading the Ardent 4-H Club for over 28 years, Charlotte continued to build the club, receiving accolades for outstanding 4-Hers, service to the community, demonstrating exceptional 4-H achievements, and upholding a reputation of superior representation of the 4-H ideals. She worked tirelessly for 4-H, sharing and instilling the 4-H principles in all whom she came in contact with. Charlotte loved to sew and always looked forward to the style review. Other hobbies included playing the piano, taking pictures, and scrapbooking. She always had a camera in her hands. Charlotte was a proud member of the Martinsburg High School class of 1960 alumni. She is the co-owner of Arden Equipment Repair, which was established in 1970, and a very supportive member of the community. She loved hosting open houses for customers and showing off her baking skills. Charlotte never passed up a moment to make a memory, and as she entered her heavenly home on June 11, 2020, her legacy lives on, not only at the Berkeley County Youth Fair, but in everyone she's ever touched.
Our next memorial goes to Mr. George Laymaster, and from what I've heard, just one of the most exciting people at the fair year in and year out.
He was just a wonderful man. You would see him, of course, at the auction because he was an auctioneer. But not only that, he was there supporting young people. Didn't make any difference whether they were his children, Jeannie and Willard. He also would volunteer at our church and do an auction for our church. And he was a hoot. We had so much fun with him. He made it even more exciting and fun. I don't think if you were at the fair and you walked by the indoor arena, you would see George and Sylvia, his wife, sitting there in their lawn chairs every single night. And you knew that the world was right because they were just such great supporters of the fair, and so are especially his daughter. Willard's not living around here now, but obvious he loves the fair, and we love George Laymaster. He was an amazing man, and he auctioneered for us, and he was great. He was just great.
Well, here's the memorial for Mr. George Laymaster.
George Franklin Laymaster, 1938 to 2019. George participated many years in one shape or another at the Berkeley County Youth Fair starting in 1978. He was a husband to the late Sylvia Jean Laymaster and a father to Willard and Jeannie, helping with their 4-H and FFA projects. He provided Willard and Jeannie a start in their careers in agriculture. George instilled work ethic, honesty, and integrity into them as well as everyone that was around him. George knew no stranger. He was known as a caring and outgoing individual with an infectious smile and a deep belly laugh. George volunteered in many capacities with the Youth Fair. He had 2 different tenures as Berkeley County Youth Fair president and was vice president of commercial exhibits. He was routinely seen volunteering in the concession stand during the fair. His volunteerism did not stop there. He was a huge supporter in the Berkeley County Youth Fair livestock sale, from being an auctioneer to taking bids. He also assisted in hauling sale animals late into the night after the sale and the next morning, as well as assisting with barn cleanup after a long week with a long list of committed and passionate volunteers. Additionally, he was instrumental in the consignment sales that were utilized for fundraising efforts for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. His assistance in fundraising did not stop there. He was a regular in helping to cut apples for pie sales and serving many meals. George was there to support his family and all the youth of Berkeley County. He never looked for any credit. He just wanted all the youth to have the best experience as possible. These were opportunities he did not get to experience as a youth growing up. He was involved in other aspects related to the youth in Berkeley County. He and Sylvia were assistant 4-H club leaders for the Swan Pond 4-H Club. For many years, he assisted with many aspects associated with local FFA chapters. He would assist in hauling ham and bacon hogs to harvest. Additionally, he would house hogs for ham, bacon, and egg show and Berkeley County Youth Fair projects for those who did not have their own facilities. Furthermore, George would also let FFA members cure hams and bacons and let FFA members store the meat in the Laymaster Smokehouse. Lastly, he was a regular and assisting in the making of apple butter for fundraisers for different youth and agricultural groups in Berkeley County. Because George and Sylvia's commitment to Berkeley County 4-H, the George and Sylvia Laymaster family was recognized as one of the early 4-H families of the year. This was an honor that the family was humbled to receive. George held the FFA State Farmer degree. George was honored to receive the West Virginia 4-H All-Star Award. He was so honored by this that he had a West Virginia 4-H All-Star license plate on every vehicle he owned once he was bestowed this honor. He was a proud veteran of the Air National Guard for 6 years, a local auctioneer for over 40 years, and an employee of Corning Glass for over 35 years. But most importantly, his years of volunteerism with the Beddington United Methodist Church that he was a member of his entire life. His faith was very strong. He held many leadership positions in the church and was always there to volunteer and to give a helping hand when needed, as well as being instrumental in the many church building fundraisers. One of the last things that he was instrumental in was the establishment of Camp George at Beddington United Methodist Church. This was a weekend camp that resembled Tri-County 4-H camp. He wanted the youth at Beddington United Methodist Church to have the same experiences that Willard and Jeannie had at Tri-County 4-H camp. Looking back at George's life before he went with our Lord, he spent a significant percentage of his life volunteering in different organizations and supporting the youth in Berkeley and surrounding counties. He was a wonderful man, husband, father, grandfather, brother, friend, volunteer, and most importantly, a man of God. George is and will be missed by many of the contributions to the youth and agricultural groups in the county and the Berkeley County Youth Fair. George's smile and laugh are already missed by many.
Mr. George Laymaster. We close out with Ruth Linton, or as I've been told this week, Grandma Linton. Apparently she's
Definitely.
Grandma Linton to everybody, even if you aren't a grandkid of hers. So, Barbie, when you think of Ruth Linton, what do you think?
My goodness. I mean, she was Grandma Youth Fair, especially the concession stand, but not only the concession stand, and I got to work with her in the concession stand, but I also, she did the meals. The fair would do meals for different groups, and that was a way of raising money. And she was right there where she, making rolls and cooking the food, and she taught a lot of other people how to do it. And when she felt she was to a point where, okay, let's let somebody else do this, she brought them in. Talk about the chicken barbecue. Oh my goodness, that was her thing, and I just can't say enough. And when she would finally leave the concession stand to come watch a grandchild, I always made sure I tried to get a picture of her, because she was the epitome of what we felt was somebody so dedicated to our fair. And her husband had been president of the fair and tragically died of a heart attack. And that's one of the times that my dad took over as a fair president. But she did such a great job raising all her boys and loved her daughters-in-law. And the grandchildren are doing great guns and continuing on the Lenten tradition. And I think didn't we learn that there was only 1 year that they had, that there wasn't a Lenten cow at the fair.
Yeah, I want to say it was late 70s
Yes,
was that
that's
year.
that's what I remember hearing. See, I did watch all this stuff. I really did watch it.
Well,
I had a lot of fun with it.
Last but not least, certainly not least,
she's
Ruth Linton.
A joy.
Ruth Armbruster Linton was called home October 29, 2019, after a life of service to her family and her community. And nowhere was that service more evident than the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Pages of the fair catalog could be taken up with stories and illustrations of Ruth's servant leadership to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. She and her husband Doc Linton began participating in the fair with their sons in the mid-1950s, with the boys exhibiting cattle from their family dairy farm. This participation continues to this day, with the Linton great-grandchildren still exhibiting at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Ruth was a 4-H leader for many decades and heavily involved in FFA. She devoted her life to serving the youth of Berkeley County through these and other organizations. She was the embodiment of the 4-H and FFA mottos. She truly did strive to make the best better in whatever she was doing. And if you were helping her, you better be doing your best too. The FFA motto speaks of living to serve, and that is the lesson we all learned from her through the years and strive to carry on. It was in the kitchen that Ruth did most of her service to the fair. She raised countless dollars for the Berkeley County Youth Fair, organizing and preparing fundraising suppers, and was part of the famous Youth Fair apple pie bakers. The weeks leading up to the fair, when the fairgrounds were full of folks working to get things ready, they all knew she had a good meal and sweet tea waiting for them inside the exhibit hall. And the week of the fair, you could always find her in the concession stand, unless she had kids to go watch in the show ring. That's about the only time she could be pulled away from her work. Doc and Ruth Linton, and then Ruth all on her own after Doc's passing, received many accolades and awards. They were the West Virginia Outstanding Farm Family, and Ruth was recognized as a West Virginia Agriculture Woman of the Year. But no title meant more to her than Grandma, and everyone from her grandkids to her medical doctor knew her as such. As we talked about Grandma Linton in the days and weeks of her passing, we used the word matriarch to describe her. She could certainly be described as one of the matriarchs of the fair. She was a pillar of strength to the beautiful family she and Doc made, and also to the Berkeley County Youth Fair family. As a family, we certainly couldn't imagine what the week of the fair would be like without her. It doesn't surprise us at all that, for the year following her death, the Berkeley County Youth Fair wasn't quite sure how to go on without her, or Uncle George, or Miss Charlotte either. Despite the challenges this year has presented, this is still Fair Week. So eat some good food, drink some sweet tea, take a moment to remember those we've lost, and make some new memories with the ones you love.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the fair brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. We now welcome back in the three members in studio tonight. Mary Beth Blair not able to be in her seat tonight, but doing a fantastic job filling in so far is Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair Hannah Alt. Hannah, are you enjoying yourself in the hot seat tonight?
Oh, I am.
Mikey Withrow, of course, sitting in what has been home for him this week.
Home stadium.
Sitting across the table from me. And welcoming in once again this evening, Miss Barbie Frankenberry, who will help us through the next three segments of the show as we get into the small pet portion of the show. So, Barbie, I will kick it over to you, and we can get this show on the road.
Well, thank you, Matt. We're going to start with our cat category. It's actually called a cat show, and with it, they were to submit pictures of them with their cats, and also tell about a trick that their cat could do. And we have a grand champion. They received a blue ribbon, but also grand champion. And that person is number 444 from the Arden 4-H Club. And that's Regan Chansey with her cat, Mia. I think that's right. And there she is with Mia. Now, I do want to tell you the trick the cat can do. The cat can actually flush the toilet. So that's a pretty cute trick.
I'm Megan
there
Chansey.
you go. We're not having the sound on it, but I think you'll see it here in a moment. They actually do a record guide about their cat, and that's what Mikey was talking about. They have to be able to keep records of it, of how they take care of it, take it to the vet. So if you watch closely, you'll see the trick. Oh, she just did it again. So these 4-H'ers work long and hard with their animals, and we congratulate Reagan on a grand champion cat for the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
I think Hannah was impressed with that trick.
I love that. I wish we could teach our cats to do that at my house.
I don't think they actually taught her, but she certainly learned it.
Just a gifted cat.
Oh, she is a gifted cat. Okay. So then we head on to our small pet show. And in this one, they too are to show some sort of trick that the animal can do. So we're going to start right down through my list that I have. And that's number 118 from the Arden 4-H Club. And it's Nicholas Guzman. And I happen to know that he has, let's see, do you see it? I'm not seeing it yet. It's not a parrot. It's
parakeet.
Nope. I'm sorry. I'll get. I've even kissed that bird before. It's given me a kiss. I'm serious.
I've held it. I don't know what it is.
At our 4-H meeting, yeah. He gives a kiss, and that's quite a cute trick too. There he is. Is he him? Yeah. I wish we could hear the video, but it's not happening. But that's Nicholas Guzman, and he gets a blue ribbon. Congratulations to Nicholas. And then we move on down to Caden Grove. Caden with the New Seekers 4-H Club. And his entry is, can you tell I don't have the notes on this, people? He gets a blue ribbon. And let's see if we have a video. Oh, look. All right, they could dress him up in a costume. And so he had his fish with glasses and a top hat. And that's pretty clever. But anyhow, Caden got a blue ribbon.
I'll say, if you can't hear her over the air, you can hear those wispy
I was gonna
sounds.
say, that's Hannah.
That's your
Sorry.
queen. That's her commentary.
I love it. It's so adorable.
And I'm going to go on down to, can I go to Riley Flint, who is 309?
You can do that.
Because I'm going to hold off on the final two, you know, the drum roll, like we didn't have the drum roll the other night, Matt, and they threw that in on you.
Yep.
So Riley is from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club, and it looks to me like she has a gecko, a lizard.
Bearded dragon.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a bearded dragon, I believe.
Okay. Well, Riley's getting a blue ribbon on her gecko or bearded dragon. I don't see the beard, but you know, okay. But anyhow, we're going to see if we have a video there of Riley. And I bet, and I bet we're going to see a tongue come right out there and grab that food. Wish I knew the names of these animals. I wish we could hear her too. That's a long one. Gracious be. Nope, not going to eat. Well, Riley, congratulations on your blue ribbon. And then we're going to move next to number 471, which is Maya Boyle. And Maya has a small pet. Oh, it's a guinea pig, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Aw, guinea pig. And her guinea pig's going to receive a blue ribbon also. Oh, and that's the costume. Oh, how cute. How very cute. So, Maya, congratulations on your blue ribbon for a job well done. All of these are great. I love to watch the pet show. It's so fun. So let's go then to our reserve champion. Our reserve champion is owned by Mandy Grove. Mandy? You're going to hear that name again soon. Mandy's got, I guess, a bearded lizard again, huh?
Bearded dragon.
Bearded dragon.
Close enough for government work.
We'll say that's it. Okay. And Mandy, congratulations. You got a reserve champion on your small pet. And we know you love your bearded dragon, because anybody that will hold it right up against them like that, they have to. So now, this is my this is our grand champion. And when you see it, you'll know why I'm kind of hesitant, because it's number 363, owned by Michael Hovatter of the Blue Ridge Helping Hands. Oh, he's got a different one. I thought it was going to be a snake.
Said last year he had a snake. There's a picture of me holding it in the fair book, and I've got the craziest looking grimace on my face.
I had to get close to
Well,
the
look
snake
at that.
to get
And
him
he's
there.
got a hat, Big Ed, and a hat. So that obviously it's Big Ed. Wouldn't you all guess that? And that is the grand champion of our small pets.
And I do want to take time to announce the winners, or the sponsors of these banners as well. So
Good.
if we could go to Reagan's Grand Champion Cat.
Great. We'll go back to the
entry 444.
Mm-hmm. And you have those?
Yep, I do.
Good.
Grand Champion Cat is sponsored by Inwood Animal Center. They will be receiving a banner and a $25 premium.
And the cat is now a unicorn.
Lots of unicorns this year. Grand Champion Pet, which would be that
Michael.
Not this Michael, the other. There we go.
Big Ed.
Grand Champion Pet is sponsored
363.
Sponsored by Jamie and Wendy Miller, and Wyatt Reiner will be receiving a banner and $25.
Yay.
The Reserve Champion,
Mandy Grove, number 298 of New Seekers,
will be receiving a $10 premium and banner, sponsored by Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner.
So congratulations to all our small pet winners and to our grand champion of the cat show. So keep up the great work. We enjoy watching them, and we're glad that they're now a part of our fair. And we enjoy learning about these animals, because these young people talk about them and what makes them very special to them, and what makes them very special as their breed of animal. So you really learn a lot. So thank you so much, and congratulations once again.
All right, we're going to take a short break and come back and start the Style Show, which I know Barbie is very excited about. So the Style Show coming up next in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. After this short break, this portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They're changing the car buying experience. See their full inventory at fordofhagerstown.com. Back with more of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair next.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday. I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
Let's try that one again. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the fair brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer, Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. It is time for the Style Show, and for that we welcome back in, I should say, Barbie Frankenberry. And Barbie, tell us what we are looking for, what we're going to see in this Style Show over the next half hour.
In the Style Show, we have our young people who are exhibitors, and they can be both boys and girls, and we have had guys do it, believe me, and have done a wonderful job. But in the first year, it's called Under Construction, there are 2 different options. One is you can decorate a shirt, and it has to have kind of a theme to it. And the second one is to make an apron. And what we do is we give them a pattern number that they can use, that they are to use, and in that pattern are many options. So it's not like they have to do a bib, or they just do or they can do a long one. It gives them a lot of creativity to be able to choose. So you're going to see some different aprons here today, and some different embellishments that they have chosen to do. So it's kind of exciting to see what these young people come up with. So we're going to look first at Claire Cameron. You'll notice Claire is sporting a pretty blue, and she's put a darker blue embellished with a heart on the outside of her pocket. That's actually a pocket. She also, all of these first-year people are to sew on 3 different buttons. And I don't know if you know, Matt, but there is a special way of sewing on a button. And when you look at the back of that button, you should not see any little loopy loops on the thread or anything like that. So we encourage them to learn how to sew a button on correctly. And Matt, did you know that when you sew on a button, you should start with the knot on the top of the material, the good side?
I did not. I know nothing about sewing on a button. Most of mine is getting a piece of fishing line and just making sure it's on there in some way, shape, or form and can hold the pants or shorts up.
There you go. Well, our young people have done a good job of their buttons, and that's one thing we encourage is to learn that skill. And we actually, if you're a first year, you should actually use a needle with the thread so that the both pieces are not knotted together, because that's how you get those little loops on the back. So you just saw Claire Cameron, and she was modeling her apron. And now remember, there are different ways of doing that. And she is going to get a red ribbon. And the judges were real pleased with her selection of fabric. And you can see it's very complimentary, and it matches her hat. And I think she's got a cast on, so I bet it was kind of challenging to have to sew a little bit there. Alrighty, so great job for Claire Cameron. Our next exhibitor is Gibson Crumley. Now, Gibson's gone a totally different route. Notice hers is a short one, does not have the bib. It has the waistband on it. And then hers, too, has a pocket. And we encourage our young people to learn a different skill. Now, that's the back of her buttons. Alrighty, and we'll see the front. They must do a 2-hole, 4-hole, and a shank. Matt, you know what a shank is?
I do not. Can you please inform me?
I would love to.
Educate me, Barbie.
Thank you for asking. The sunflower there is a shank button. That means there are no holes in the top of it, but on the underside, there is a piece that is added to that button with a hole through it, and therefore you actually do the sewing through that part. There's nothing on top of the button. So that's why we want them to learn those 3 different types of buttons, so that should that fall off and you don't have fishing line, Matt, they're going to sew them on properly so that they will stay on their garment and look very nice. Another thing that our young people are taught is no matter what you're sewing, whatever you finish with, the inside of the garment, or the wrong side we call it, should be just as pretty as the right side. So let's go to Maggie Reiner. Maggie has I guess you'd say an apron similar to Claire's, except she's done a little bit different treatment to hers. Where Claire put the heart on it, Maggie has used some rickrack. Ever heard that, Matt?
Have not.
Rick
I'm
rack.
learning a lot of new terms here.
Rickrack. That's zigzag embellishment as far as her. It's actually a lot. It's a very popular thing now. You'll see it. See the rickrack there, Matt?
I see it.
All right. Now, Maggie chose to put her buttons on the inside of her, or on the outside of her pocket, but you notice how nicely she has done those. And we know that the inside, because we saw the inside of those buttons, is really nicely done, and you don't see any loops or anything. It's very beautiful. So congratulations to Maggie, because Maggie is receiving a 3rd premium blue ribbon. So she was first in that class. Claire was 2nd, and Gibson was 3rd. So congratulations to all those young sewers, and we look forward to seeing all of them back next year. Now remember, they can do a shirt if they want to another year, or you know what, we've had people come back and do an apron again because they want to improve upon. Our motto is to make the best better. So now we're going to move down to under construction year 2, and our first exhibitor there is Reagan Chansey. And Reagan has fashioned a pair of black shorts, and her top actually has little watermelon seeds on it. Now you might be able to see that if you, well, the judges could zoom in on it, I'm sure. But Reagan learned a skill that she had not used last year, and that was to use a serger. Matt, you know what a serger is?
No, but please tell me.
Okay. Well, that's where the seams are locked so that they can't fray out, and it's a special piece of equipment. And Reagan doesn't own a serger, so she was very lucky to be able to go to a friend's house. One of our members of our committee, Suzanne Horner, allowed her to use her serger. So she had one shot at doing those, serging those, but on her her top she did a French seam, which she had done actually on her apron last year. So we'll wait for the awards because I want to go to Mandy Grove next. Mandy is in the New Seekers 4-H Club, and Mandy did an apron last year too, did a lovely job. And you'll see that she has chosen a white top with her, if you look, and you'll be able to see it there. Matt's going to show it. She even put a piece in the back, and she's got her pockets going the opposite direction. And that's a clever trick to use so that you don't have to match those. But Mandy's done a good job on this. And for that, the judges were real pleased with what she has done, and she gets a red ribbon. Now let's go back to Reagan, because in this category, we have anybody who gets a first premium in these different areas gets a special award that people are pay for and present to them. So Reagan is getting the Neva Foos Sewing Award. Now, who's Neva Foos? Well, Neva Foos was a judge when I was sewing, Matt and Hannah, and she was very particular about it. And so the Horner family of Mahogany Hill, the barn at Mahogany Hill, takes care of this award, and she will be receiving Ginger scissors. Matt, they're very expensive scissors, okay? They're sewing scissors.
I figured if it was an award gift and a gift given, that they were
very
probably pretty nice.
And we appreciate the barn at Mahogany Hill and Jerry and Suzanne Horner and their family for once again providing this award. And Reagan, congratulations on your Neva Foos Sewing Award. And I think you're going to take a break now.
We're going to take a break.
With the anticipation for the next group.
When we come back, I believe we should have Fashion Forward Year 2, right?
That's right.
That should be the first class when we come back after this short break. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Johnny's, selling restaurant-quality food at wholesale prices. Stop by their 2 locations on Route 11 South in Chambersburg and on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away. Featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Rentals.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 and WRNR-TV on YouTube. The final night of the fair, and it has been a fun week. Hopefully the first and only virtual fair that we will ever have to do. Hopefully seeing you out at Harry D. Shelley Park next year for the fair face-to-face. But we are in the heart of the style show right now, so I'm going to kick it back over to our style expert, the style chair, Miss Barbie Frankenberry.
Thanks, Matt. It's fun to be here tonight. I just want to tell you a little bit more about the style show and encourage some of our young exhibitors to participate in it. You've heard that our first year you can do a shirt or an apron, and you can come back and do the opposite one the next year, or if you like making shirts, make a shirt every single year. It's okay. The next year, of course, you saw was a pair of shorts and a top, a sleeveless top, but it can be a pair of long pants. And then the next year is a skirt and a top. And then we get into, and the awards given for that, wait a minute, the first year is the Velma Johnson Sewing Awards. Then the second year, the Neva Foos Sewing Awards. And then the second year is the Sophronia Butler Sewing Award, and that's sponsored by the Arden 4-H Club. And that's if you're making a skirt and a top or pants and a top. Matt, we had to go to pants and a top so that our guys don't have to make a skirt unless they
equal opportunity.
Unless they want to make a kilt, that's okay. Okay. Then we have the Mary Whittington Sewing Award, sponsored by the Swan Pond 4-H Club, and of course that one is for a dress. And then we go down to stripes and plaids, which we're going to be talking about with our next exhibitors, and we do a wool outfit, a lined coat, and an evening gown. So you see the progression of how these people learn new skills each year and progress in their sewing, and they do an amazing job. So it's fun. We are in Berkeley County. We are the only style show big style show. I mean, we have a big style show in the state of West Virginia. And of course the pandemic had an impact, because think about it. Our young people could not get in the stores to purchase fabric. Somebody said, well, they could order it online. Yes, but you've got to feel that fabric to know if it's the right one for the pattern that you're picking, and so that made a difference. Plus, we asked for these videos like 2.5 weeks earlier. Our style show was to be July 25th, and some people had already planned vacations and different things going on. So we know that's why we don't have our 22, 23 people in our style show this year, but we know they'll be back next year, and we look forward to seeing them because they're amazing in what they do, truly amazing. And we want to thank our top 4 sewers, if we had them, but that's $30, sponsored by the Berkeley County CEOS, Continuing Education Outreach and Service, and I am president of the county council of that. Reserve Champion is sponsored by Carolyn Boer. Our Sally Davis Memorial Award, we're going to be giving out in just a few moments, is by the Roy B. Davis family. Now I want to tell you how we got that Sally Davis Award. Sally was a 4-H'er, and she sewed and she did the very best that she could. And you notice it's for our not grand champion, the reserve champion, and she would always be reserve champion. So her family decided they wanted to recognize the girls who are reserve champion, and that's why they came up with the Sally Davis Memorial Award. She was tragically killed on Route 45, and loved by so many. I mean, and still is today. You're happy when you win this award, let me tell you, because it means a lot. And of course, our Grand Champion Award is sponsored by Mrs. Carolyn Boer. Thank you, Carolyn. So let's get to our final category today. In this category, we have Amelia Dugan of the Scrabble Scrambler 4-H Club. She is exhibitor number 8, and this is stripes and plaids. Now, with stripes and plaids, you are matching. So you're going to see her maybe close up.
That is the close.
That's as close.
That's as close as we're going to get.
But we do have front. Okay.
Yes.
And you'll notice. Well, anyhow, her pockets are matched with the stripes, and it's done very nicely. And she put a little bit of embellishment around the neck, and also on the pockets. And she did a good job on her hem. The judges said. So we want to congratulate her, and she gets a first premium. So congratulations to Amelia. And then we'll go to Marley. Marley Hurlbrink is of the Blue Ridge Helping Hands. She's number 448. And she, too, has done stripes and plaids. And she has added her embellishment with some eyelet. You know what eyelet is, huh?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. Well, it has little tiny holes in it, and it's a piece of cotton. And it's very beautiful to add to a garment. And she has used it, she hemmed her garment and then put it around the bottom. So Marley's done a wonderful job too. The judges were so pleased with these two gals. And Marley is receiving a second premium. So now, let's go back to, let's keep talking about Marley. Marley is going to receive the Sally Davis Memorial Award. Remember I said that was a big deal, because she, too, is our reserve champion. Congratulations to Marley. This is wonderful. So I'm sure Amelia Dugan now is going bonkers because she knows she is the grand champion of the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. And with that, she receives awards from Carolyn Bohr. And also, these two now are the top two. We have an upper division starting with the dresses, and they are the top two. We don't have four because we don't have four in that top division. So they each will get $30 from the Berkeley County CEOS. Now, once again, I'm doing a pitch for our style show. I'd like to see everybody who has sewn before come back, but I also want to see new people. Step outside of your comfort zone. Try this. Decorate a shirt, make an apron, or do a pair of shorts and a top, and then you've got something to wear. Okay, so I hope that I will see you next year. I hope I will see all of these young people next year, and we wish you the very best. So congratulations to all in our style show this year.
Well, Barbie, we appreciate everything that you've done this year.
Well, thank you.
Anything you would like to close with before we head to our next commercial break and you get out of here for the night?
Well, I know there was a question because, I'm co-chair of the Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair contest with our daughter, Jan Chansey. But there was a question that came up on your all's feed the other night, and it was, how many Miss Berkeley County Youth Fairs are now involved or still involved with the fair? So Sandy Sims and I got together the other night. Actually, we were on the phone. We don't get together. We talk on the phone a lot. And I went in the computer and we started down the list. And Hannah guessed. How many did you guess, Hannah?
Well, at first I guessed only 10, and then I really started thinking about it, and the most I could think of was maybe 20.
17. So
I was
they're
close.
right there. Yeah. Well, then she did say 16, didn't she?
15. So I was right there, but jumped
she said
over
15, but there are 17. That means they're like a chairperson of a committee at the fair. They are leaders of different organizations. Somehow they're involved in their home clubs, whatever it might be. So there were 17. And we think that's a pretty good, because not all of our people live here. We have 3 of our Miss Youth Fairs who are now deceased, and that, of course, hurts our heart a lot. But we have people that are very active, and that's one of the things about a Miss Youth Fair is they are active. And when the Fair Board decided we would not have a new Miss Youth Fair this year, and Hannah would continue on. It was decided that she would be able to help out here during the evening portions of our virtual fair. And I agree with Matt. Matt, there's nothing like being at the Berkeley County Youth Fair.
the interactions, the atmosphere.
There's just nothing like it.
There's nothing like it.
I can't. If you've never been to the Berkeley County Youth Fair, please make it your top bucket list, okay? And come to the 2021 Berkeley County Youth Fair next year, because we're looking to have it. We're number one. We are number one. We're the
and again, one of the very few youth fairs still left in the country.
There are fairs that have youth fairs incorporated in them, but we are solely, this is our county fair, and this is important to our youth, and you all have seen now what goes into the work of this. If they need help with something, there's somebody there to help them. It's a growing and learning experience, and we highly recommend it. Whatever group you might be with, whether it's Boys and Girls Club, the beautiful photographs that are down there, whether it's Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, whether it's FCCLA, which used to be FHA, okay? Whether it's FFA, please, and of course 4-H, become involved in one of those, and you're going to find your life will be made just totally different as long as you enjoy it and become involved. So I say thank you to Matt and Hannah. I wish you the best tonight, because I know you're going to have lots of fun. Because I know you are.
All the fun for Hannah's just getting ready to start.
I know.
She's getting thrown into the fire here in the next segment.
I want to thank everybody who has supported our fair with their sponsorships, and that's so important. This has been great, and I want to thank Dawn Pingley, our president of the fair. She had the foresight. I said our theme was 2020 vision, and Dawn, you definitely had the vision of what we needed to do for our young people. So thank you. You're the best. And thanks to all the exhibitors. You have made it such an enjoyable week. And congratulations to everybody on a great job.
All right, well, that is going to wrap up the style portion, and just about every exhibit that we have, whether it was indoor, whether it was an animal exhibit, that wraps up not the show tonight.
You've done a great job, and I hope you enjoy your Frankenbrudel.
I've had a few pieces already, and it is delicious. I know. I'm with Hannah. I'd never had it before, and it is very, very good. So appreciate not only the expertise tonight, but the gift that you brought in.
Well, you've been quite an important fixture here in our virtual fair, so we thank you so very much.
Well, I appreciate it. We got to get in
and
a
I'm
break.
I'm going to take care of Mary Beth when she gets back from her.
I know she'll appreciate that.
Well, we've already talked.
We will have our aging out ceremony when we come back from this break, and that will include bringing back in Miss Hannah Alt, Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, to give us an idea of who the 9 videos we are going to see, and all 10 members of the Youth Fair that are aging out this year. That coming up after the break, so don't go away.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way. 304-267-7251 or cnews.com.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for State Treasurer. The 73rd Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. It's down to 2. Hannah and I are the only ones left in the studio. Mikey had to get down to the fairgrounds to help with the auction. We will have a couple of other guests throughout the night, but right now it is just Hannah and myself as we are now into the aging out portion of the program. This portion of the youth fair is brought to you by, if I can get my sponsor sheet out here under the stack of papers, there we go, West Virginia Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success that they deserve. Hannah, it is now your time to shine. You've been waiting for this all week. You're not going to get nervous. I promise we're going to make it through this, and you're going to have so much fun that you're going to switch your major and you're going to become a communications major.
I don't know about that.
I'm telling you, you're going to have the time of your life doing this. All right. So aging out. Tell us what that is. Tell us what the requirements are, or what happens when we talk aging out.
The term aging out is just when, because you can be in 4-H and FFA up until you're 21, and then that's when they say you're aging out, is when you just get to the point where you're no longer young enough to participate in that. And this year we do have a handful of members that will be aging out.
Before we get to those members, how many people make it to that aging out process? Or do you find a lot that once they get to college, some kind of veer off and are done with this portion of their life? Or is it usually if you get to a certain age, you're going to see it all the way through?
Personally, I think it depends on the person, but for the most part, I think a lot of our exhibitors, they see it the whole way through. But as you said, some kids, they do go off to college and they're out on their own and they just don't have time, really, to participate anymore. But I think for the most part, the kids see it through till the end, until they're 21.
All right, well, let's start our list. I believe we're going to start with Miss Jessie Householder, right?
Yes, we are, from the Spring Mills FFA chapter.
And again, these were videos that were sent to us, and there are some that are better quality, some are better sound quality, but we want to make sure we recognize all of these members aging out. So here is Jessie Householder from the Spring Mills FFA.
Hi everybody, my name is Jessie Householder, and I'm an exhibitor at the Berkeley County Youth Fair for my last time this year. I want to start off by saying thank you so much to all of my buyers over the past few years. You guys have just been absolutely amazing. I also want to give a quick shout out to Tyler Butts, the Spring Mills FFA advisor. Thank you for all you've done for me over the past couple years. I also want to say thank you to the fair board the fair sponsors, everybody who's on the fair board, everybody who works hard to put the fair on every year for us kids. You guys are just absolutely amazing, and thank you for everything you do. Thank you for allowing us to still find a way to show this year. I would have been devastated if my last year got cut short, but I'm glad I can still participate. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's made everything possible the last few years.
Okay, and that was Jessie Householder from the Spring Mills FFA chapter. Up next, we have Crystal Sensendiver from the Musselman FFA chapter.
Hi, my name is Crystal Sensendiver, and I'm part of the Musselman FFA chapter. I was asked what fair meant to me. Fair has meant so many things to me over the years. It's meant hard work and dedication, late nights and early mornings. It's been seeing my hard work pay off through my accomplishments and successes, no matter how small they are. It's created lasting friendships and memories that I'll never forget and allowed me to grow as an individual. I've not only been able to participate in the fair, but watch others grow as individuals through their participation in the fair. Fair is about older exhibitors getting to teach younger ones new things. It's about not only seeing your accomplishments and successes, but others as well. Fair is about teamwork and friendship outside of the ring and competition inside the ring. I'm grateful for all the things I've learned over the years and the helping hands that have been there along the way. I'm certainly sad to see this chapter of my life close, but I'm excited for the new opportunities in the future.
Okay, and once again, that was Crystal Sensendiver. Up next is Sierra Dixon from the Hedgesville Superchargers 4-H Club.
Hi everyone, my name is Sierra Dixon and I'm in the Hedgesville Superchargers, and this is my 11th and unfortunately final year of 4-H. When I think about the Berkeley County Youth Fair, I think of how it's one of the final weeks in the organization year, whether you're in 4-H or FFA, and you get to show off the projects or the animals you've been working with the entire year, and you can earn some money. It's also a time where you can go away for a little bit and I don't have to stress about work or school, and I can enjoy with my family and friends the food, the rides, the vendors, the truck and tractor pulls, the bull riding. There's something for everyone every day of the week. Yeah. And with all of that being said, I'd just like to thank everyone who's making this year's virtual possible, because I am about to head back to Marshall in less than a week, and with it being virtual, I can still be a part of the fair. And I'm sure all of the other H-outs can appreciate it too, because this is our final year, and without it being physical, it is different, but we do appreciate it, so thank you.
Okay, next we have William Baer from the Musselman FFA chapter.
I'm William Baer, I'm 21 years old, and I've been involved in 4-H and FFA for 12 years. I had the opportunity to be a part of the 4-H and FFA livestock judging teams where we competed at the state and national levels. Through that, I have met many wonderful people and learned more than I could ever imagine. My projects at the Berkeley County Youth Fair, which include beef and swine, taught me the value of working hard to achieve a final goal. It has taught me the value of accountability and responsibility in completing whatever project I begin. I would personally like to thank the Berkeley County Youth Fair and all those involved for the endless support they have given not just me, but each and every exhibitor. While this year was not the most ideal way to finish my showing career, I am truly thankful for all the effort and hard work the Berkeley County Youth Fair has done to let us complete this year to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Ryan Snyder from the Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club and also Spring Mills FFA.
My name is Ryan Snyder. I'm a member of the Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club and the Spring Mills FFA chapter. Being able to grow up being an exhibitor at the fair, it's meant a lot to me. You know, I'm thankful for the connections I was able to make both with friends and mentors and role models, and really helped me find a community of people that I enjoy being around and people that I can look up to, and brought me together with a bunch of people that I know I can get a hold of and ask for help if I need it. And that's what the fair has been able to do that for me, you know, being able to be a member of these youth organizations and then being able to exhibit the skills I learned from those at the fair and learn from others, and meet a group of people with the same set of skills, it's just something I'm very thankful for.
And now we have Morgan Bartley from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club.
My name is Morgan Bartley, and I'm 21 years old, which means that I'll be aging out of 4-H this year. I have been a part of the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club for 13 years. In those years, I have held the offices of president and vice president. I've also shown at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. I've shown pigs, goats, chickens, and rabbits, goats being one of my favorite animals to show. My favorite part about the Berkeley County Youth Fair is watching everyone showcase their abilities and talents and show all of their hard work that they have put into their project throughout the year. While this isn't the way that I really want to be ending my 4-H career, I am so forever grateful for all of the memories I've made and all of the experience that I've gained, and it will forever shape me into the person I am today.
And now we have Elizabeth Fox from the Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Fox, and I have been a member of the Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club. What the fair has meant to me is it's taught me different life skills like time management and responsibility for my projects.
Next is Stephanie Records from the Musselman FFA chapter.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Records. I'm part of the Musselman FFA, and this is my last year doing the Berkeley County Youth Fair. The fair has brought to me many of friends and really close family members that I call friends and family. Brought to me the responsibility of animals and showing respect for others and caring about young children growing up in this world and giving them a future to go to. Thank you.
And finally, we have Chris Daniel from the Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club.
My name is Christopher Daniel. I'm a 12-year member of the Mount Airy Winners 4-H Club, where I started showing dairy and sheep. I started when I was 9 years old with 2 sheep, Bethany and Baxter, that have now grown into my own flock of about 25 ewes. My biggest piece of advice for starting members, younger members, find what you like, find a mentor, and take off with it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You'll never know unless you try.
And that concludes our aging out portion of the youth fair. We were talking in the break, and Hannah, you're, 3 years away from having this moment?
Yep.
Is it hard to think that all the time you've put in, that while 3 years you still have 3 whole fairs left to go, it's also right around the corner?
It's crazy to think that it's coming up so quickly, because I know this past year, even with everything going on, it's really flown by pretty fast. So it's kind of sad, but I'm still grateful that I get to experience 3 more years.
What will the next 3 years look like for you? What is I know being Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair has got to be near the top of the things you've been able to accomplish being involved in the youth fair, but when you move on as now going into next year going to be a former Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, what do the next 3 years look like for you?
I think I'm just gonna, because after you win the Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair title, you're no longer allowed to participate in the pageant.
Okay.
So I think I will focus more on my indoor exhibits, and I also show goats and hogs, so it'll give me a little more time, because while being queen is absolutely amazing, it is a very busy week, so it was a different experience this past year. So
when does the preparation start for next year, or has it already started already?
It's already started. I show a breeding goat, so this project started for me 3 years ago.
Okay.
And that was part of my FFA SAE. So it's a continuing project, and I will continue to use her as my show animal and project until I'm 21.
Well, we have reached the 6 o'clock hour, 6:06 here in the TV10 studios, and we are going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll talk a little auction, as we are now under an hour away from the auction technically closing, but as Mikey said earlier, this could go until the wee hours of the morning, depending on how generous the people of Berkeley County and the surrounding areas are for the auction. We encourage you to be as generous as you can possibly be. I know tough times out there right now for a lot of people, but the auction means an awful lot to a lot of the youth that have spent a lot of time and hard work and money into these animals. So we encourage you to do what you can and try to support these youth and get some animals out of it, get some food out of it, get some meat out of it. So we will be back and talking some auction next.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it. Period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away, featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Rentals.
Rumors are flying. There's this big merger everyone is talking about. 2 real forces in the world joining forces. This is big stuff, but it's all rumor. Is this merger really going to happen? If so, when? Where? Who else is involved? Mergers of this stature affect a lot of people. At Bechtel Jewelers, we say, sir, it's time to confirm the rumors. This is Lori from Bechtel Jewelers. It's true. People are talking about you and that woman you're so crazy about. It's so obvious to everybody that you're meant for each other. And yes, talk about 2 forces in the world. You, her, watch out, world. So get in here. Let's find the diamond and the setting. Just perfect for her. Just what she's dreamed of. Then get back to her pronto. Down on one knee, open that little box, say those few words. She'll probably say more than a few back. Of course, when she sees her diamond, she might not be able to say anything at all, except the one word that confirms that beautiful merger. And then spread the news. Confirm the rumors. This merger is happening. Bechtel Jewelers, Route 11 South in Inwood.
Find them online at BechtelJewelers.com.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10. We now have a full room again. We'll go around the room here in a second, but first, this portion of the program brought to you by South Berkeley Pharmacy. They specialize in free delivery, convenient drive-through pickup, durable medical equipment, and monthly cholesterol, blood pressure, and diabetic testing. Stop by and see them today at 5054 Gerrardstown Road in Inwood, or give them a call at 304-229-2400. Let's go around the room and bring a completely new panel in as we welcome back in. We're finishing the same way we started, because we're going to have a lot of the people from Sunday back in. We, again, start with the woman in the hot seat, Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, Hannah Alt. You got through your lone segment.
I survived.
You did, and you did a fantastic job.
Thank
So Miss
you.
Berkeley County Youth Fair going to be with us for the rest of the night. We now go across the table, sitting in what has been the most entertaining seat this week with Mikey Withrow, but trying to fill that seat is Lonnie Schreck, the first vice president of the Berkeley County Youth Fair, and welcoming back in Carly Gall, the dog chairperson from earlier in the week. We will hear from both of them, and we will talk to Lonnie about the auction that is now about 45 minutes away from kind of ending, but not really ending, and we'll get some more clarification on that here in a minute. But first, we want to bring up the cover of the book this year. A little bit different. There were 2 entries this year. Here is the cover of the book. Again, a little bit different because it's all virtual this year, so nobody getting that hard copy of the book. But they went with the 2 entries. The top, the Berkeley County Youth Fair has 2020 vision with the glasses, was done by Remington Webb, a 17-year-old from Hedgesville Superchargers 4-H Club. And the bottom with the drawing of the eye and that 2020 vision motto yet again is Brianna Willingham from Southern Cross 4-H Club. So good job to both of them. They are the dual artists of the cover this year, so congratulations to them. All right, it's now time to talk auctions. We will also give you the People's Choice winners from last night before we go into our next break. But let's talk auctions, and we bring Lonnie Schreck back in. And, again, just 45 minutes from supposedly ending, but that's just not going to happen. Asking Mikey earlier, he said about a 0.001% chance of it actually ending at 7 o'clock.
Right. I'd be real surprised if we end truly at 7 o'clock. Probably looking at more like 10, 11 o'clock. As you know, or as we have talked about before, it's what they call horse race ending. So at 6:59, if somebody bids, then it will add 3 minutes to that. So that means it won't end until 7:02. Somebody bids again at 7:01, we'll add 3 more minutes to it. And this continues to go until there are no more bids within that allotted period.
All right, take me through this, because I get the process of giving people the opportunity to keep going and driving those prices up.
Yes.
What went behind the decision to make that auction wide instead of just for the animals that are continuously being bid on? So say you don't have a hog that's been bid on in 3 hours, but it's still open. What went behind that process?
They wanted to give everybody a chance, and what would happen is if somebody maybe their bid went higher than what they actually wanted to give for that animal, they could go down and bid on another animal that maybe hadn't closed yet, and see if we went ahead and closed those animals already, they wouldn't have a chance to possibly bid on another animal.
All right. Do you have any updated numbers?
I do not at this moment.
I know when we got on the air, Mikey said it was about 68% of what it was total last year.
4 o'clock?
That was at about 4 o'clock, about 3:45 when we were sitting in the conference room.
I've been watching the actual numbers, and they have been climbing quite rapidly here within the last several hours. So, yeah, we're looking pretty good. Like I said, I have not gotten an update, but we'll be waiting on one of those coming in.
It'll be some live action coming up, because from what we've been told, it'll be awful exciting. Really starting about 6 o'clock is when a lot of the big bidders will come in and start that process.
Yes, and I have it on my phone, so I'll be checking as the numbers continue to roll.
How different has it been this year?
Quite different, because usually in the offices in which I've held before, sheep chairperson and co-livestock chair and livestock chair, which Judy Sechrist now holds, I've always been behind the scenes, so I've always been helping get animals in line, and had quite a few volunteers that's helped me throughout those years. So actually being on this side of it, it's been quite different. And I tell you, the livestock chair, the auction chair, and all of the animal chair people, they have done a tremendous job this year with this virtual fair and the virtual sale that's going on.
All right, let's bring in Carly Gall, the dog chairperson. Carly, how's your week been so far?
It's been a lot of... I usually get off at 4, sometimes at 6, but I'm always at work trying to sneak a video and watch this whole fair go down. I want to see... I really think that this year is making history. I think that that the fair, our fair in particular, really did a great job with just going above and beyond. We could have just said we'll host a sale and let those kids make their money back, but we really not only did we provide a platform for the kids to bring in their livestock and show their livestock and have it be judged, but we also included the indoor projects, which are just as important.
That was a big key for us as executive board members. When we decided to go this route, we wanted to make sure we included the indoor exhibit and the dogs and the horses and everything, not just the livestock, but the indoor exhibits were quite important to us.
And I'll throw this, let me turn that mic on, see if that helps. I'll pose this question to the room, and anybody wants to jump in, Ken, you included, Hannah. I know this is not an ideal situation, doing it virtually. The fair is all about being face-to-face with people and the interactions you have with people, but do you think in any way this year is drawing more attention to the fair for those that may not have known a lot about the livestock itself and have shown up? Because from everybody we've talked to, a lot of the animal side of the fair, by 5 o'clock, people are leaving and going home. They've had a full day, and that's what a lot of the people that aren't involved in all that are just starting to show up and go to the demolition derby, the concert, get the food, they get the chicken on Wednesdays. You think in a way this may help in the future because it's now bringing front and center what people may not have seen in the past?
I think so. I think, going, like you say, going in the future, if you've had younger children out there watching with their families and whatnot, they'll be out there and they're like, well, I want to be able to show a pig, or can I show a goat or something like that. And the different animals that are available, like with the rabbits and the chickens. I think that, this could be something very good going forward. And if we can take and incorporate the virtual into the live together, I think that we should have something very special.
I think that it's opened a lot of eyes. Like, I believe that, I know as an exhibitor, I had dairy cattle, and I would always have multiple of them, and then sheep, and then sometimes I'd have beef, and I would spend my time, they poop a lot, they eat a lot, and they drink a lot. So I'd spend most of my week tending to them, whereas I got to watch the rabbit show. I've never seen the rabbit show. I've got to watch the horse show. I got to learn. I've never learned so much about potatoes. Mikey was so like, I never thought that I would want to watch the potatoes being judged, but I learned so much. And I know, like, the kids that don't know much about that, I hope that they enjoyed it and they soaked as much as possible in this week.
I think the one thing we can all agree on is that the world was introduced to Mikey.
Yes.
And that may be the biggest takeaway of this week.
Absolutely.
Was more people, myself included, understand Mikey and know Mikey. All right, before we get into our next break, we have some People's Champion Awards from last night. Hannah, do you have those?
Yes, I do. So, the indoor exhibit category Aerospace, Rocket, and Computers. Exhibitor number 443, Reese Watson. Then for the indoor exhibits for electricity, exhibitor number 292, Madison Sign. For indoor food and nutrition was exhibitor number 260, Faith McDonald, doing Cooking 101. For horse showmanship, we have exhibitor number 218, Adriana Dunbar. For Western pleasure, number 157, Cheyenne Grove. For English pleasure, exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price. And for dairy heifers, we have exhibitor number 68, Haley Martz. And for dairy cows, exhibitor number 68, also Haley Martz. And they received no entries for the yearling class.
So congratulations to all of our People's Choice winners. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have more auction talk, auction chat, and then a little bit later on here in the hour, we will go through our grand champion. We're going to call it our Parade of Champions, as we will go through all of our grand champions this week. So that coming up a little bit later in the hour, probably around 6:40. But first, a quick break. This portion of the show brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. We're back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck. Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by Boyd's Veterinary Services. John Boyd is a single doctor in the Eastern Panhandle specializing in herd health and reproduction as well as food animal emergency. And contact them for your needs at 304-279-0217. We're going to bring back in Lanny Schreck to talk a little bit of the auctions as he's got his phone propped up, and I'm guessing that means that you're paying very close attention right now as the auction is technically nearing its end time, but again, we've talked about it throughout the show. The odds of that happening are very, very slim.
That is correct. Looks like we have about 30 minutes to go. Not sure if they told you we had 183 lots this year, so just watching and seeing what's happening here, and we'll know more as closer we get to 7.
All right, as we get closer to 7, just for people that may be listening going, I'm not sure if I want to bid on an animal, I'm not sure I want to be a part of this, give them your sales pitch right now. Tell them how important it is to the youth of the county that they are involved in this.
Oh, it's extremely important. I mean, these kids work, some of them work all year long, from this time till next year. This time they are putting, feed and water these animals. They're taking care of it, and it's a great purchase for any business. For that matter, they can have the animal butchered, or they can take and have it done for themselves, or they can take it to the sale. It's a great donation to the kids and to the fair.
All right, so again, and we will have updates on that throughout the evening as we get closer to 7 o'clock. And to bring back in Hannah. And Hannah, we are going to have our Parade of Champions coming up here in the next segment. Just go through what that is going to entail as we go through that and what that is going to look like and what you'll be announcing over the next segment.
The Parade of Champions is something that the fair does every year. They bring in, is it the Grand and Reserve from every species that they've shown throughout the week, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a parade of champions. They bring them all into the big indoor arena every year and just show them off. That way all the kids can all get recognized at the same time.
Awesome. So looking forward to that in the next segment. We're now going to bring in our newest face to the room. And before we do, Tyler, I'm going to have you slide your chair this way so we can actually get you in the picture. I know that that's the furthest thing that you want to do right now. We're going to welcome in Tyler Butts. He is the head of Spring Mills FFA. And Tyler, welcome to the Virtual Youth Fair.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to us about not only the Spring Mills FFA, but just how important FFA is in Berkeley County and how it is so important to the youth fair.
Well, Spring Mills FFA, of course, is the newest in the county, so we just finished up year 7. I've been teaching there all 7 years. But it's no different than 4-H. It's just another entity and a way for our youth to get involved in, something like exhibiting livestock or anything that entails agriculture.
I gave Mikey the opportunity to give his sales pitch for 4-H earlier. I'm now going to give you the same opportunity. Why should, even if it's not at Spring Mills, give the FFA pitch? Why is it important? If you're on the fence about it, why does it make you a more well-rounded person? Well, what makes it so special?
Well, I think Hannah can vouch for this. Oftentimes the FFA is construed of what it actually entails. Of course, everybody thinks Future Farmers of America, and that's not always the case. Of course, the name has been changed to accompany a wider variety of people. But a big thing that gets overlooked is like leadership and public speaking, which I'm not very good at, but I'm pretty decent at coaching it, I guess. But
understand that.
But the public speaking aspect of it, the leadership, our community involvement has been big over the last few years. It really gives these kids an appreciation of the community. It helps them realize their own abilities within themselves. And I'll tell everybody, like I tell my incoming freshmen, you need to get involved in something, whether it be a sport, FFA, 4-H, any after-school extracurricular activity. You need to get involved in something, and you need to do it early, because if you wait until you're a junior or senior, you join, you find out that you enjoy it, you've wasted 2 or 3 years. So it's better to dive right in, try it early. Most of the time you'll find out that you love it, and you don't have any wasted time or any regrets.
All right, well, we're going to take another break. This will include the 2019 market buyers. And obviously a big part of the show is we're talking about the auction right now. These people were big contributors to the market last year in 2019, so you're going to recognize all of them during this break. When we come back, we will have our parade, or virtual parade of champions, as Miss Hannah over there will take you through, and it'll be a couple of segments. So we will go through the parade of champions and the grand champions and reserve champions from throughout the week. So that coming up next in the virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Rumors are flying. There's this big merger everyone is talking about. 2 real forces in the world joining forces. This is big stuff, but it's all rumor. Is this merger really going to happen? If so, when? Where? Who else is involved? Mergers of this stature affect a lot of people. At Bechtel Jewelers, we say, sir, it's time to confirm the rumors. This is Lori from Bechtel Jewelers. It's true. People are talking about you and that woman you're so crazy about. It's so obvious to everybody that you're meant for each other. And yes, talk about 2 forces in the world. You, her, watch out, world. So get in here. Let's find the diamond and the setting. Just perfect for her. Just what she's dreamed of. Then get back to her pronto. Down on one knee, open that little box, say those few words. She'll probably say more than a few back. Of course, when she sees her diamond, she might not be able to say anything at all, except the one word that confirms that beautiful merger. And then spread the news. Confirm the rumors. This merger is happening. Bechtel Jewelers, Route 11 South in Inwood.
Find them online at BechtelJewelers.com. Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
This is Joe Ferretti. You often hear me on Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave discussing issues of the day. As an attorney, I help local residents with their questions about automobile wrecks, insurance disputes, and other types of injury claims. It's been my privilege to have served this community for almost 30 years. For a free consultation about your case, contact me at the law firm of Mansion Ferretti at 304-264-8505 or go to our website at wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. SouthBerkeleyPharmacy.com.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that. We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 as we're getting ready to start our Parade of Champions. We're going to give you our Grand and Reserve Champions, and we're going to go day by day, giving a pause in the middle as we will get an update on the auction. As after the Monday Parade of Champions, we should be getting close to that 7 o'clock hour, and depending on how quickly this goes or how much we have to adjust here, we will give the update on the auction as it gets closer to the 7 o'clock hour. But leading the Parade of Champions, and who else is going to lead a parade but Miss Berkeley? She's got the tiara on, she's got the sash, so she has to lead the Parade of Champions, talking about Miss Hannah Alt. So, Hannah, let's start the Parade of Champions. We're starting on Sunday.
Okay, up first, we have exhibitor number 126, Remington Webb, receiving Grand Champion in the Wiggles and Wags category. Then up next, we have number 335, Andrew Bean. He received Reserve Champion, also in Wiggles and Wags. Then we have number 134, Savannah McDonald, Grand Champion in Canine Connection. Then number 287, Kaylee Weber, Reserve Champion, Canine Connection. Then we have number 126, Remington Webb, winning Grand Champion for Best of Show. And then number 134, Savannah McDonald, Reserve Champion, Best of Show. Moving on to the goats, we have number 334, Anastasia Holler, Grand Champion, Junior Dairy Goat. And she also received Reserve Champion for Junior Dairy Goat. Then we have number 140, Taryn Boyles, Grand Champion, Senior Dairy Goat. And number 362, Mariska Holler, Reserve Champion, Senior Dairy Goat. Number 140, Taryn Boyles, Female of Show Grand Champion. And number 362, Mariska Holler, Reserve Champion, Female of Show. Then we have number 62, Garrett Glassford, Grand Champion, Junior Non-Dairy Goat. And number 136, Sheridan McKinney, Reserve Champion, Junior Non-Dairy Goat. Exhibitor number 8, Amelia Dugan, Grand Champion, Senior Non-Dairy Goat. And number 23, Brennan Alt, Reserve Champion, Senior Non-Dairy Goat. Number 62, Garrett Glassford, Female of Show Grand Champion. And number 136, Sheridan McKinney, Reserve Champion, Female of Show. Then number 136, Sheridan McKinney, Grand Champion, Market Goat. And finally, 134 Savannah McDonald, Reserve Champion, Market Goat.
And that is Sunday for our Parade of Champions. Do you have the sponsor of those awards on that sheet?
I do.
All right. Do you want to give those real quick and give a shout out to those who sponsored those awards?
Sure. For the grand champion for Wiggles and Wags, $25 from Diana Maynor at Maynor Concrete. And then the reserve champion received $10 from Aaron Cooley. And then once again for the grand champion and reserve for the next category, Canine Connection, Diana Maynor again with $25 for the grand champion and $10 for the reserve from Aaron Cooley. For Best of Show, grand champion $25 from Shanghai Grocery. And the reserve champion, Best of Show, $10 also from Shanghai Grocery. For grand champion Junior Dairy Goat, $25 from Smith Nadenbush Insurance.
Nadenbush.
Nadenbush.
Nadenbush Insurance.
My apologies.
No, you're good. Just wanted to make sure the right name went out.
For reserve champion, $10 from Keith and Dawn Pingley and family. Grand champion Senior Dairy Goat, $25 from Smith Nadenbush
Good job.
Insurance. And then Senior Dairy Goat Reserve Champion, $10, Keith and Dawn Pingley and family. Grand Champion Female of Show, $25 from Max and Hope Kingery and a banner from DC Farms. Reserve Champion received $10 and a banner given by Joe and Annie Bitterai. Grand Champion Junior Non-Dairy Goat, $25 from Nicholas Abereg. Is that correct? Okay. And then also giving $10 for the Reserve Champion Non-Dairy Goat. $25 for the Grand Champion Senior Non-Dairy Goat, given by Susan and Frank Berner, and $10 for the Reserve Champion from Mason Joseph Coates. Female of Show Grand Champion, $25 from Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit and a banner given by the Colleen Miller family. And the Reserve Champion received $10 from Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit and a banner given by Susan and Frank Berner. Grand Champion Market Goat, $25 from William Kibler Memorial. A trophy given by United Bank. Banner from Superchargers 4-H Club and a jacket from Randy Smith. Reserve Grand Champion Market Goat, $10 in honor of Billy Joe Ryman and Bonnie Linton. Trophy from Susan and Frank Berner. Banner from Golden Rule Farm and a jacket from Jefferson Reynolds.
All right. That is the Parade of Champions. Also, again, the sponsors of those awards. We will have Monday in our Parade of Champions. We'll also get an update on the auction as we're about 10 minutes away from the auction time supposedly ending when it could end, but again, odds are that's not going to happen, but we will have an update on the auction along with Monday of our Parade of Champions when we come back with more of the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair after this break.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com. Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department. They're located at the 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. You can also give them a call at 304-263-5131 or go to their website for all of the up-to-date information on what's going on in Berkeley and Morgan County in regards to the health department at bchealthdep.org. All right, before we get into more of our Parade of Champions, we're going to send it over to Lanny Schreck, who has a update on the auction. Lanny?
Yes, sir. On the auction, I've just received some numbers back so far. Currently, we're looking at 3,312 bids. The number of bidders are 170. The auction total currently, right now, is at $250,627 with 183 lots.
Any idea what that number is compared to last year?
I don't have last year's number with me. I'll see if I can get that.
Awesome. All right, that is the update on the auction, which, again, is nearing its supposed close time of 7 p.m. But, again, it will go until you stop bidding, and we encourage you to bid as long as possible. Support the youth of Berkeley County. All right, it is time to go back to our Parade of Champions, which means bringing back in Hannah Alt, Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. So, Hannah, let's go ahead into Monday.
Starting off, we have exhibitor number 126, Remington Webb, Grand Champion. $25 given by Berkeley County Farm Bureau and a banner given by Shady Grove Farm. Number 62, Garrett Glassford, Reserve Champion, $10, Berkeley County Farm Bureau, and a banner from Leah and Jackson Lucas. Number 182, Breanne Shawyer, Grand Champion, $25, Walls Monuments, banner, Edgar A. Bohr, Auctioneer, trophy, Arden View Farms, jacket, PRP Contracting. Number 134, Savannah McDonald, Reserve Champion, $10, SC Beard Memorial, banner, Edgar A. Bohr, trophy, Dog Watch Hidden Fences, jacket, Dry Run Properties, LLC. Number 432, Coley Henry. Is that correct? Coley Henry? Okay. Grand Champion Junior Doe, $15, from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner. 72, Holden Custer, Reserve Champion Junior Doe, $10, from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner. Number 128, Ryan Barrett, Grand Champion Senior Doe, $15, The Shop 304 LLC. Number 109, Mackenzie Hahn, Reserve Champion Senior Doe, $10, The Shop 304 LLC. Exhibitor number 128, Ryan Barrett, Grand Champion Senior Buck, $15, from Price's Pigs. 72, Holden Custer, Reserve Champion Senior Buck, $10, The Shop 304 LLC. Number 128, Ryan Barrett, Grand Champion Overall, $25 from Shanghai Grocery, and a banner from Vicky Luttrell. 432, Coley Henry, Reserve Champion Overall, $10 from Shanghai Grocery, and the banner sponsored by the Knott family.
All right, thank you, Hannah. That wraps up our Monday Parade of Champions. Another break to take, and when we come back, it will be past the bewitching hour, if you will, of 7 o'clock, and we will continue to get updates on the auction as we get past the 7 o'clock hour, which, again, the auction will go until you stop bidding. The initial stop time is 7, but again, it will continue to go for as long as there is bids being placed. More of the Youth Fair, we'll have Tuesday of the Parade of Champions next.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
This is Joe Ferretti. You often hear me on Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave discussing issues of the day. As an attorney, I help local residents with their questions about automobile wrecks, insurance disputes, and other types of injury claims. It's been my privilege to have served this community for almost 30 years. For a free consultation about your case, contact me at the law firm of Mansion Ferretti at 304-264-8505 or go to our website at wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair, the final night of the Youth Fair. We will take you as long as we can tonight. All the exhibits done. The auction has, from what we have heard, picked up a little bit past the 7 o'clock hour. So we will send it back over right now to Lanny Schreck to give an update on what's going on online with the virtual auction this year.
Currently, we have been bumped up past our 7 o'clock end time. Looks to be about 3 minutes to go. So get in, bid fast, bid more. All these kids put a lot of work into it, well deserved.
So will it bump up 3 minutes every time? So that's the time increment. It's 3 minutes.
Yes, it's 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, we will keep an eye on that going in and out of every break as it will start to heat up. Is what we're looking like right now. At least it's going to heat up.
Because if it gets to the end of 3 minutes and nobody has bid on any of the animals, then we're done.
Close up shop. Party's over.
Party's over.
All right. It's now time to go back to the Parade of Champions. We are on Tuesday, and sending it back over to Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, Miss Hannah Alt. Hannah, let's go into our Parade of Champions for Tuesday.
Exhibitor number 7, Allison Walker, Grand Champion Gilt, $25 from S&W Concessions and Catering. And the banner is from Bobby and Cindy Miller. Number 76, Jacob Phoebus, Reserve Champion Gilt, $10, sponsored by Golden Rule Farm, and a banner sponsored by the Knott family. Number 41, Cooper Knott, Grand Champion Market Hog, $25, Angel Face Farm, trophy, Nicholas Abereg, banner, The Barn at Mahogany Hill, and the jacket is sponsored by Diamond S Farm Show Pigs. Number 186, Christopher Daniel, Reserve Grand Champion Market Hog, $10, Angel Face Farm, trophy, Liam Cash Miller, banner, Keith and Dawn Pingley and family, jacket, Panhandle pre-owned auto sales.
And that is it for the Tuesday Parade of Champions, correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, well, before we jump back into a break, let's talk a little bit of auction. We're going to get Tyler involved back into this. So, again, scoot the chair back over. You got to be on TV here. It's all virtual as we bring back in Tyler Butts. And, Tyler, just give us your thoughts, because we talked FFA, we talked Spring Mills and just the county as a whole, but give us your thoughts, what's going through your mind on auction night.
Auction night is the chance for all these kids to see the fruits of their labor. Like Lanny was talking, a lot of these kids start months ago, a year ago. In this county we have a lot of homebred livestock, so it kind of is rewarding for everybody to see all their hard work pay off.
In the Spring Mills area, you talked about that being the newest school, so it's the newest FFA program, and that's one of the quickest growing areas in the county. So people may not think of the Spring Mills Falling Waters area as being an FFA,
right?
A big FFA area, but I'm sure a lot of the kids are back up towards Hedgesville and all the farm, because that's where most of the kids from Spring Mills came from, was that Hedgesville district. So I'm guessing that's where most of your kids are coming from.
Not necessarily.
And okay, all right, then fill me in here.
And that's the nice thing about FFA. We actually have the largest chapter in the county.
Wow, okay, did not expect that.
Yeah,
okay,
which most people wouldn't. But again, that's possible from support from the community. A lot of our kids come out of housing developments and things like that. So by the support of the community, they're given a place to keep these animals. They're given all the resources that they need. Oftentimes, community members aren't charging kids to keep animals there. So, the support of the community, not only through the auction, is year-round. Kids in this county are really blessed.
How challenging was it when COVID-19 hit to not be around these kids every day from March until the end of the school year and not be really, it was a switch. You went from seeing them every day to all of a sudden, hey, we may not see you until January of next year if things continue to go the way they're going.
Yeah, it was different, and it was very abrupt. We're lucky to be in an era where it's so easy to communicate with kids and parents. I know we use the Zoom platform, FaceTime a lot.
It's got to be hard to farm on Zoom, though, right?
Certainly not easy, and you can see in the videos all the animals trying to cooperate when it was so hot in the videos. I couldn't imagine the number of videos across the county that got deleted that weren't uploaded. So again, just the youth in this county, they work hard, but they are extremely blessed to have a community that supports them so well.
We'll have Tyler here the rest of the evening, and he's getting better at this.
I don't like it.
Came in
Still
very,
don't like
very
it.
nervous. Still doesn't like being on the air, but he'll be a pro before the night is over. Real quick before we go into a commercial break, Lanny, a quick update as we go into the break on the auction. Any big movement like we had a few minutes ago?
Like I said, people seem to be bidding and bidding fast. The 3 minutes seems to be bumping up. Maybe gets to 2:30, but that's about it. As soon as it hits about 2:30, 2 minutes and 30, it jumps back up to 3 minutes.
Now, you think there's strategy in that? People waiting to see what?
I think so.
At the last possible second, if they need to put a bid in.
It's possible, and of course, with this package we have, it does send you an email or a text message that says you've been outbid, or if you're watching your animal, it comes up and says you've been outbid. So it has a lot of information built into this particular software that we are using, and it seems to be working quite well.
What is the biggest animal contest right now, if you will? What's the most active animal being bid on right now?
Right now, I do not have that information. It just seems to be all over the board at the moment, from what I can tell, as far as movement. It's all across the board as far as steers, goats, lambs, and pigs. Right now, it seems to be, pretty even.
We encourage you to log on and continue to bid on all of these animals for all the hard work these youth fair participants have put in this week. Another break to take, then we'll be back for Wednesday of our Parade of Champions next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth. Let's start that again. The 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. I think I'd gotten through the entire week without getting my tongue twisted on that. And of course, it happens on Friday evening, the last night of the youth fair. This portion of the fair brought to you by Orsini's. Stop by their somewhat new showroom still off Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9. East of Martinsburg. See PJ and the gang. They will hook you up with whatever your home appliance needs are and much more than that. Before we get back into the auction and the Parade of Champions, I want to remind you that it will be Youth Fair all weekend long on TV 10. Starting when we go off the air tonight, we will have every day of the Youth Fair on a big loop this weekend, starting with Sunday and going through Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today's show as well. And that will loop all weekend long until we come back into the studio on Monday morning. So if you missed any of the action and want to just sit around and binge watch the Youth Fair all weekend, if you have Comcast cable, then feel free to do that. It will be on all weekend long. And if you don't have Comcast and are watching on YouTube, all of these archive after our shows every day. So you can go back and watch these until YouTube crashes or they decide to take it down for some reason, but they will be archived there for the foreseeable future. All right, before we get back into what will be Wednesday of the Parade of Champions, we're going to go back over, as we will go into that every break, to an update from the auction with Lanny Schreck.
Let me get my numbers. Let's see. Currently, the numbers are at number of bids 3,797. Our bidders have jumped up to 180. Auction total currently right now is $275,209. So
is it still staying pretty consistent with the late bids?
It's still, yeah, it's still cranking along.
We will keep an eye on that. We probably, just to let everybody know, probably will not go all the way up until 10 o'clock tonight. We've been going 4 to 10 each day, but with just the auction going on after we finish our Parade of Champions, we will have closing statements from Dawn Pingley and Mary Beth Blair, along with station owner Mike Hornby, but just a scheduling update. Probably won't go till 10 o'clock this evening, but we will keep you entertained until we go off the air, which includes going to Wednesday in our Parade of Champions. So back over to Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair before we go back over to Carly for Thursday and Friday. But to give us our Wednesday Parade of Champion winners, back over to Miss Hannah Alt.
Starting off with number 120, Paige Knott, Grand Champion Angus, $15, sponsored by the Windy Rock Farm. Then number 41, Cooper Knott, Reserve Champion Angus, $10, sponsored by the Windy Rock Farm. Number 207, Taylor Barrett, Grand Champion Shorthorn, $15, Matt Ware. Number 205, Reagan Barrett, Reserve Champion Shorthorn, $10, Matt Ware. Number 336, Andrew Bohr, Grand Champion Hereford, $15, Matt Ware. Exhibitor number 17, Blake Puffenberger, Reserve Champion Hereford, $10, Matt Ware. Number 336, Andrew Bohr, Grand Champion All Other Breeds, $15, Shepherdstown Pharmacy. Number 381, Reese Barrett, Reserve Champion All Other Breeds, $10, Shepherdstown Pharmacy. Number 41, Cooper Knott, Grand Champion Crossbred, $15, Natasha Van Dyne and LT Puffenberger. Number 120, Paige Knott, Reserve Champion Crossbred, $10, Natasha Van Dyne and LT Puffenberger. Exhibitor number 336, Andrew Bohr, Female of Show Grand Champion, $25, sponsored by M&M Cementals, my apologies. And the banner sponsored by Shanghai Grocery. Exhibitor number 41, Cooper Knott, Female of Show, Reserve Champion, $10, sponsored by the Windy Rock Farm, and the banner sponsored by the Knott family. Exhibitor number 340, Blake Butler, Grand Champion Feeder Calf, $25, M&M Cementals. Banner was sponsored by Shanghai Grocery. Number 252, Donald Moss, Reserve Champion Feeder Calf, $10, Windy Rock Farm, and the banner was sponsored by the Knott family. Number 133, Savannah Jenkins, Grand Champion Market Steer, $25, Walls Vault Service, Trophy, Arden Equipment Repair, banner, Windy Rock Farm, jacket, Patriot Auction Center, and the rotating plaque is from the Ned Morrow Memorial, Berkeley County Farm Bureau. Number 392, Hunter Brock, Reserve Grand Champion Market Steer, $10, sponsored by SC Beard Memorial, trophy, Arden Equipment Repair, banner, Jefferson Security Bank, jacket, Mako Tools, JR and Christina Barrett. Exhibitor number 281, Junior Sloanacre, Grand Champion Baby Chick Pullets, $15, given in memory of Junior Miller. Number 56, Emma Lohr, Reserve Champion Baby Chick Pullets, $10, given in memory of Junior Miller. Number 276, Jennifer Faircloth, Grand Champion Langhen, $15, given in memory of Robert Withrow. Exhibitor number 96, Kaylee Lohr, Reserve Champion Langhen, $10, given in memory of Robert Withrow. Number 469, Brian Anderson, Grand Champion Other Fowl, $15, given in memory of Barbara Withrow. 482, Tyler Stevens, Reserve Champion Other Fowl, $10, given in memory of Barbara Withrow. 267, Jennifer Faircloth, Grand Champion Best of Show, $25, sponsored by Marlo Ruritan, and the banner was sponsored by Jeff and Billy Joe Ryman and family. Number 281, Junior Sloanacre, Reserve Champion Best of Show, $10, sponsored by Brandon Campbell, banner sponsored by the Knott family.
And that rounds out our Wednesday Parade of Champions. 2 days to go, and it will be a relatively short list when we get to today. Anybody that watched earlier knows not a lot of Grand Champions given out today, but we will have the Parade of Champions all the way through the week. Before we go into a commercial, another check across the table with what is going on with the auction and anything that is moving the needle up or down.
Needle seems to be still moving up, so everything seems to be going good. Once again, they're definitely bidding and bidding quick.
All right, we will have an update again on the backside of this commercial break, which we do need to get into. This portion of the youth fair brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where they treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's youth fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Back with more of the youth fair after this.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. About to get into Thursday of our Parade of Champions, where I believe we'll send it over to Carly Gall. First, we will get our out of break. No, Tyler, you're in here. No. Man, Tyler's going to be a pro by the end of this, I swear. I swear, you are.
No.
Well, this can't be as bad as you were expecting it to be.
It's worse.
Okay. I said it wasn't going to be as bad. Worse is worse.
I really did take a shower this morning, I swear.
So say he does not want to sit next to you for whatever reason.
I feel like the last kid picked for kickball right now. It's okay.
Before we get into the Parade of Champions for Thursday, let's go ahead and send it across the table and get an update on the auction.
It's still going strong. We did get down there to 2 minutes, but it seemed to bounce back up. People are still bidding. Keep them coming.
At what time, in that time, the 3-minute time period, what time do you start to get concerned that you're nearing the end?
Probably when it gets down to like 30 seconds.
Okay. So,
then,
okay.
Yeah. if it gets down to 30 seconds, then we start getting a little concerned.
It's slowed down.
Right, it's slowed
a
down,
good
but
bit.
still, as we're sitting here watching, it's like, we've gotten down to 2:30. Now we're getting closer to 2 minutes, but it seems to be bouncing back up anyway. So
for those folks that may be watching and weren't tuned in when we were going over how to get to the auction, real quick, just give that website one more time to go to bid on these animals.
It's Junior Fairs. It's juniorfairsauction.com.
All right, so go there. You'll go to the events at the bottom of the page and click on Berkeley County Virtual Fair, and that will give you all of the animals. Once you scroll down on that page, log in, create an account, and start bidding to support the youth that have worked so hard through what has been a tough year to get these animals and show them and try to sell the market animals. All right, Thursday, Parade of Champions, sending it over to Carly Gall.
All right, well, we're going to start out with dairy. Thursday was Dairy Day. For our Grand Champion Junior Dairy, we had exhibitor 153, Brian Long. He will receive $25 from Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit. And then for our reserve, that's exhibitor number 280, Julie Snyder. And she will receive $10 from Mr. Sherman Beard Memorial. Moving on to our Grand and Reserve Champion Senior Dairy Awards, our Grand will go to exhibitor 229, Benjamin Byers. And he will receive $25 from the Fred G. Butler Senior Memorial. And then exhibitor number 68, Haley March, she's our reserve. She will receive $10 from the Mrs. Sherman Beard Memorial. And then for our Female of Show Grand Champion, it goes to exhibitor 229, Benjamin Byers, with a $25 reward coming from the Roy Davis family, and the banner coming from Rolling Acres Farm, and that's the Wayne Mung family. Our reserve female of show is Haley Martz, exhibitor number 68, and she will receive $10 from the Roy Davis family and a banner from Rolling Acres Farm, and that's the Wayne Mung family as well. Our Grand Champion Holstein of the show is exhibitor number 68, that's Haley Martz, and she will receive a plaque from Sandy Davis. Moving on into the horse show, we will start with Grand and Reserve Champions of Showmanship. And we're going to start out with Grand Champion Senior Western Showmanship. That's exhibitor number 218, Adriana Dunbar. She's going to receive $35 from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. And then Grand Champion Junior Western Showmanship goes to exhibitor 243, Damian Jenkins. And they will receive $35 from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. Reserve Champion Junior Western Showmanship goes to exhibitor 157, that's Cheyenne Grove. And they will receive $35 from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. Our Grand Champion Junior Contest Showmanship winner is exhibitor number 469, Bryant Anderson. And that's $35 coming from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. And our Reserve Champion Junior Contest Showmanship winner is exhibitor number 466. That's Braylee Anderson. That's $35 coming from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. Our Grand Champion Junior English Showmanship winner is exhibitor number 294, Mackenzie Stout. $35 coming from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. And And our reserve champion junior English showmanship winner is exhibitor number 439, Jennifer Price. And they will also receive $35 from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. And then our grand champion junior and senior gated showmanship is exhibitor number 277, Jody Stoneburner. And they will receive $35 from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company. Our next division is Grand and Reserve Champion Junior Western. Our grand goes to exhibitor number 243, Damian Jenkins. They will receive a trophy from United Bank and a neck sash from Oakland Farms, and that's the Braylock family. Blaylock, my bad. Our reserve champion junior Western goes to exhibitor number 466, and that's Briley Anderson. And they will receive a trophy from United Bank and a neck sash from Oakland Farms, and that's the Blaylock family again. Our grand champion junior senior 2 gate goes to exhibitor 277, Jody Stoneburner. They will receive a trophy from the Marlowe Rurtan and a neck sash from Oakland Farms, and that's the Blaylock family. Our grand champion walk, trot, jog goes to exhibitor 59, Faith Fox. She will receive a trophy from Farmers and Mechanics Insurance Company, as well as a neck sash from Elizabeth Lynch. And our grand and reserve champion junior English, our grand is Miss Mackenzie Stout, exhibitor number 294. Trophy coming from Mid-Atlantic Farm Credit, and a neck sash coming from Oakland Farms, the Blaylock family. Our reserve is exhibitor number 344, Chloe Craighead. Trophy from the Lynch family, and a neck sash from Oakland Farms, the Blaylock family. Our grand and reserve champion junior Hunter. Our grand is exhibitor number 294, Mackenzie Stout. She will receive a trophy from Homestead Farms Equestrian Center and a neck sash from Oakland Farms, the Blaylock family. And exhibitor number 344, Chloe Craighead, is our reserve. She will receive a trophy from Homestead Farms Equestrian Center, as well as a neck sash from Oakland Farms, the Blaylock family. And our Brandy Orsini High Point Senior Award will go to exhibitor number 218, Adriana Dunbar. And the belt buckle is given in memory of Brandy Orsini. And then our Brandy Orsini High Point Junior Award goes to exhibitor number 294, Mackenzie Stout. And that belt buckle is also given in memory of Brandy Orsini. All right. Moving on to our cat show. We have one grand champion, and that's going to go to exhibitor 444, Miss Regan Chansey. She will be getting $25 from the Inwood Animal Center, as well as a banner from Inwood Animal Center. And then moving right into our small pet show, we have a grand and reserve small pet. Our grand is exhibitor number 363, Michael Hovatter. He will be getting $25 from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner, and a banner from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner. And then our reserve goes to exhibitor number 298, Mandy Grove. She will be getting $10 from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner, as well as a banner from them. And then ending our show results, our parade of champion, show, we're going to have the Neva Foos Sewing Award, and that's going to go to Miss Reagan Chansey, exhibitor number 444, and she's going to get a set of Ginger scissors, and those are from the barn at Mahogany Hill. And then we have our Sally Davis Memorial Award. That goes to exhibitor number 448, Marley Hurlbrink. And she will be getting Ginger pinking shears. And that's from the Roy B. Davis family. And then our Grand and Reserve Champion sewers. Our Grand Champion is Amelia Dugan, exhibitor number 8. She will be receiving $25 from Carolyn Bohr, as well as $30 from the Berkeley County CEOs. And our reserve is exhibitor number 448, Marley Hurlbrink. She'll be receiving $10 from Carolyn Bohr, as well as $30 from the Berkeley County CEOs. And that ends our Parade of Champions.
Thank you very much, Carly. And yeah, we've gone Sunday through Friday in our Parade of Champions. And now the only thing left is the auction. We have covered every basis, start to finish. Now the only thing we have left to do is a check on that auction. When we come back, we will talk the auction, get an update from Alani across the table. We will also close out with everybody in studio on their thoughts on the youth fair and looking ahead to next year. And we will also have our closing thoughts from our hosts this week. Up until today, Mary Beth Blair, Dawn Pingley, the president of the youth fair, along with TV10 owner Mike Hornby. All that coming up as we are inching closer to signing off for this week of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We'll be back after this commercial break.
Rumors are flying. There's this big merger everyone is talking about. Two real forces in the world joining forces. This is big stuff, but it's all rumor. Is this merger really going to happen? If so, when? Where? Who else is involved? Mergers of this stature affect a lot of people. At Bechtel Jewelers, we say, sir, it's time to confirm the rumors. This is Lori from Bechtel Jewelers. It's true. People are talking about you and that woman you're so crazy about. It's so obvious to everybody that you're meant for each other. And yes, talk about two forces in the world. You, her, watch out, world. So get in here. Let's find the diamond and the setting. Just perfect for her. Just what she's dreamed of. Then get back to her pronto. Down on one knee, open that little box, say those few words. She'll probably say more than a few back. Of course, when she sees her diamond, she might not be able to say anything at all, except the one word that confirms that beautiful merger. And then spread the news. Confirm the rumors. This merger is happening. Bechtel Jewelers, Route 11 South in Inwood.
Find them online at BechtelJewelers.com.
Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Welcome back into the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fairs. We are inching closer to signing off for the week. We will have closing statements from our host, Mary Beth Blair, for the week, and Dawn Pingley, along with station owner Mike Warmby, after our last commercial break. But first, going to go around the room with the panel here to talk about what this year's youth fair has meant to them and the challenges, and just I don't want to say getting through it, but overcoming all the adversity to get this year's youth fair on, and what they are looking forward to about the youth fair next year. So we're going to start with Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, Hannah Alton. Hannah, you have had quite the ride as Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. You will have an experience that I'm not sure any other Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair will ever have.
I want to start off by saying I'm extremely thankful and blessed that they let me stay on for another year. I know that this isn't what any of us expected, but I'm so glad that we had a wonderful group of fair board members who helped put all this together, and especially you guys here at the studio, because without you guys, none of this would have been able to happen. And I know that all of the youth and all their families and everybody who is involved, they're so incredibly thankful.
You will officially be the longest tenured Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, won't you?
I will.
Because you'll have 2 full years. You'll be the only one that'll have 2 full years.
The first queen in history to be on for 2 years.
It will be memorable. Well, Hannah, we appreciate what you have helped us with throughout the entire week, and enjoy the remaining time, the remaining year you have as Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. We're now going across the table to Lanny Schreck. First, any update on the auction right now? Things still moving pretty good?
Things, 43 minutes after the hour, things still moving pretty good. It has seemed to slow down a little, but bids still are coming in pretty rapidly. But let's keep it going. If it takes us till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, so be it. Whatever we can do for these exhibitors who've worked so hard throughout the year, like I say, with some of them starting in as early as September and October with the feeder calves and the steers that were purchased. Unfortunately for them, they had no idea that we were going to be partaking on such a pandemic that we've had. And for the other exhibitors who purchased their animals in the spring, not knowing what was going to be the case, if we were going to have a fair or not, our fair board, the executive board decided, we were going to go along with it, even if some form or another we were going to have a fair. As fairs around us started to drop off, and the state fair was, saying that they wanted to have it in some way or another, we were able to come to the decision of the foresight of we need to do this virtually and have everyone involved, including the indoor exhibits and the animals as well. And I think we've pretty much, with the help of all of you and WRNR and TV10 and Mike and Mary Beth, we've seemed to have pulled this off, and it's been quite a learning experience, and it'll be something that will be talked about for many years. As I was sitting here talking to everyone, I was telling them that the fair is such an event. It's time when friends get together, older friends, and then you meet new friends, people that you see every year. And there are people that I've known for 20, 25, 30 years. I'm originally from Jefferson County and moved to Berkeley County, and have always been a part of the Berkeley County Fair. And like I said, the show is an event, but so is that Friday night auction. And people enjoy coming out and being a part of that event. It's what makes the fair what it is. And hopefully going forward in the future, we will be able to continue that. Like I said, hopefully this is a one and done, but if not, then if it comes to the future for next year or for whatever year, we will have a better understanding and can make it a better, greater virtual fair. So.
That is First Vice President Lanny Schreck. Now over to the man who hates the microphone, Mr. Tyler Butson. I'm guessing you're just hoping to get back to some sort of normalcy sometime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait. To kind of piggyback and reiterate what Hannah and Lanny said. This isn't what any of us wanted. This certainly isn't ideal, and hopefully we never have to go through it again. But if we do, we're now prepared. But I can't say enough thanks, and I think I speak for all the parents out there and all the exhibitors as well. The job to pull this off. I know it's not what we wanted, but it was better than nothing, and I think it's been well received. And I was talking to some people yesterday. It's been educational because a lot of the times you can't see the ins and outs like you can being on the television and stuff. So I think it's been a learning experience for everybody.
All right, Carly. No pressure, but you gotta finish strong here.
Last but certainly not least, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Right now, we would be probably in the second species of the livestock auction. The rides would be going. Everybody would be shaking hands, thanking their buyers. It just doesn't feel right. But I'm so thankful that we had this opportunity to put on the fair, even if it's not the normal way. I'm thankful that the kids definitely rolled with the punches that we threw at them, the short timelines that we gave them, even the chairs, like they put it together. Even TV10 for sure. We threw this thing together. Well, not exactly threw it together, but it was. I'm just thankful that it all happened, and I hope this is the first and the last year. Absolutely. I want to get back to being on the fairgrounds and seeing all the people that I love. So.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm ready to get back in the classroom. I miss my kids.
A lot of parents are ready to get them back in the classroom.
You're probably right.
All right, well, we will come back and have closing statements from Mary Beth Blair, Dawn Pingley, and station owner Mike Hornby after this break, and we will wrap up this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair on the backside of this commercial break. Stick with us. There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck. Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com. 3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. SouthBerkeleyPharmacy.com. Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Boyd Veterinary Service in Gerrardstown is dedicated to the health and wellness of your herd, offering health and reproductive services and now scheduling flushes and donor housing for fall 2020 at our new donor facility in Gerrardstown. Dr. John Boyd wants to thank all exhibitors for participating in the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and wishes each one success with their projects. That's Boyd Veterinary Service, phone 304-279-0217.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Welcome back into the final segment of this year's 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. It has been an amazing week that has been truly educational for me. I've learned, I think I learned more in this week than I did in probably the first 3 years of high school, even 4 years of high school. So this has been awesome. For me, it's just an experience getting to be involved with everybody at the Berkeley County Youth Fair that we've had the opportunity to have in this week. And here were some closing statements from Dawn Pingley and Mike Hornby. And starting off will be Mary Beth Blair, who's been our host each weekday or evening and afternoon. So now kicking it over to Mary Beth Blair.
So much, Matt. The time has come to close out this year's fair. And when we started it on Sunday, I don't think any of us had any idea what was in store. But oh my goodness, it has been an incredible week, and we are so pleased. And with me in the studio to help close things out is Dawn Pingley, who is the president of the Berkeley County Youth Fair, who was with us on Sunday, as you'll recall, for opening ceremonies. Only fitting that she would be here to help close this virtual fair out. Also joining us is Mike Hornby, who owns Hornby Media, and was the one who said yes to this big project a couple of months ago to the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board. So we want to just take this opportunity to do some thank yous, to kind of recap how well things went, and to kind of look ahead to what is next. And so, Dawn, I just want to give you this opportunity to share a few words from the board and from the organization.
Thank you, Mary Beth. When we first started on this project, we really didn't know how this was going to turn out, but it has turned out awesome, and that is because of Mike Hornby from Hornby Media and Matt, and also Mary Beth. I mean, you all have done an amazing job to bring all this into everybody's houses and on the internet, so that these exhibitors could still have their full week of fair.
Right.
Yeah, I think when you approached us with this project, I thought there is no way we could actually do this without a full production studio.
Right.
And the watchability of the show was fantastic. Thank you, Mary Beth, for hosting us all week. Matt did an amazing job. Your chair people are so knowledgeable and devoted so much time to this that it just made it really, really interesting. Our numbers are through the roof every night. Over 5,000 people watching on the internet. We don't know the numbers for Comcast, but we can presume that's a lot more. So we're really happy with the product that we put out, and we look forward to working with the fair in the future.
Yes, because you will definitely have to do that. Because I have been told that we've done it this year. We need to bring the live portion virtually as well next year. Yeah, it's been great. The livestock chair people really stepped up. They stepped out of their comfort zone. This is something new for them. The difference is with this year, I think there was a lot more education going on for the community. Mary Beth, you learned a lot.
I learned
Matt,
a lot.
you learned a lot.
And the indoor exhibits were just phenomenal. I usually pass through that place and don't really pay attention when I'm at the fair, but they were wonderful.
When you walk into that building, you're kind of overwhelmed because of the hundreds of indoor exhibits. And doing it this way, each individual project got showcased. They were shown on air, and the kid's name, and what ribbons they got. And I think that when we first started talking about this, the only way we could do it is if we included all the exhibitors,
right?
Not just the animals, but the indoor kids as well.
And I do think we should probably auction off those cookies and brownies and things. They were making me extremely hungry last night.
Yes, they were wonderful. There are so many people from the fair board that worked really hard to pull this off. Drew Bohr with the auction. I mean, it went fantastic. I mean, you couldn't have asked for a better auction for what we had to do. We couldn't do it in person this year. We went virtual, and it turned out amazing.
Right, because if you think about it, so many fairs and festivals were canceled, not just in the state of West Virginia, but all over the country, and leaving so many young people who had spent their entire year and invested a lot of money and time with no way to get any return on their investment, and very disappointing. But in Berkeley County, you guys found a way to make that happen, and still had a very successful virtual youth fair, but also livestock auction virtually. And from what the feedback we're hearing already is that some people even like the opportunity to have several days to bid and do the bidding war, right, Mike?
There was a lot of bidding.
Mike was in the bidding war.
And just to be able to look and see the volume all at once and keep going back and looking at it, you don't normally have that opportunity at the auction on a traditional fair on a Friday night. So, and you end up spending so many hours there on a Friday night, whereas this you kind of could just check in throughout several days. So it certainly had some advantages.
It did. Our livestock auction usually lasts about 5.5 to 6 hours, on Friday night, and it gets hot in that building.
I bet.
It makes it so you can pick those animals or those kids that you want to support right off the bat, and you can just follow those, and it texts you, and it tells you, hey, this is you got beat again, you got beat again, you got beat again.
And I love that it taught the exhibitors a new thing this year in marketing and how valuable marketing is, and they're naturals at technology. That's the world they've grown up in. That's their generation, and so it was natural for them to go out on Facebook or have their parents help them create, that promo piece for them and get it out to all their friends. And so it added a new dimension, I think, that we'll see continue even beyond when we're back at the fairgrounds face to face next year. I think about, while 2020, the year in general, how it's gone with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's not what anyone expected when we started 2020. I can't tell you how many different events I personally was involved in with all the themes of the Roaring 20s, and just so much anticipation for this year. And then how it has turned out, it's just at times disappointing and emotionally just wrecking for the younger generation. And I think that what you guys had, the vision of, or the theme being Youth Fair, Berkeley County Youth Fair 2020 vision, how appropriate was that? And we had no idea what that meant, but it took on its own meaning, didn't it, Dawn?
It did. It took on a brand new meaning for these kids. I mean, was our theme for this year, 2020 vision, and even though it may not have been the vision that we had started out with,
adapted and survived.
These kids adapted to that.
Yes.
I mean, and that's what they've been doing all year long with school closings, graduations, cancel. I mean, they've had to adapt to this new way of life, I guess.
And I think
for
it's
2020.
the dedication from your board to the youth that really shined, because the one thing that I got from your board was, we want to make sure that these youth get to do it. And that passion really showed throughout the last few months that we were working together.
And like you said, Dawn, just personally getting to meet every chairperson for each show was an honor for me, and I learned so much from each of them. And it was interesting because when we came in a few days before the fair launched, and to kind of help them with their butterflies and take the newness off of the studio and show them around, they were all very nervous. And, what are you going to ask me? How's it going to work? And they were nervous, but they were all such naturals in the studio. I thought they did a phenomenal job. And like you said, this really became the week that the youth fair educated Berkeley County about all things Berkeley County Youth Fair, but all things farming and agricultural, and just honestly gave in a time where things seem,
we kind of went back to our heritage, right?
We did.
This is what Berkeley County is and always will be. It's where we were from.
And I think we had a glimpse of our future. And I told my husband last night, I feel really good after this week, seeing that the future of Berkeley County is in, even if it's just in the hands of these young people, they are very impressive, and that's a good feeling. You have a lot of hope seeing how hard these young people have worked. And so I think that we'll always remember this year for obvious reasons. It was the year we didn't meet face to face, but also as the year that everyone understood a little bit more, a lot more about what the Berkeley County Youth Fair is really all about. And we learned the heart of it and why it's been so successful and is still around all of these years. But next year, we hope to be back in person, right, Dawn?
Yes, I'm praying.
Yeah.
I mean, back in March, I was getting questions, are we having the fair this year? And I was like, well, of course we're having the fair this year. It's only March. The fair's in August. But as time went on and we started, watching the governor every day, and doing more research, through the IAFE, and fairs started canceling, and then we were in constant contact with the Berkeley County Health Department, trying to make a decision of what to do. When you have 3,000 to 5,000 people walk through your gates every night, that's a lot of people.
Exactly.
That's a lot of people, and safety and health is our main priority to our exhibitors, our parents, volunteers, and everybody that comes to the fair. And that was our main focus, is how can we do this? Well, we couldn't, not in person.
Well, kudos to you guys for deciding early and getting the ball rolling so that the kids not only had time to prepare for the new way to show, but so that everything could be put into place, right, Mike? I mean, it was
Yeah,
still
I think,
it was still time crunch.
The planning
but
and the organization that Don put in,
Yes.
it came from the top, and your chair people, you can see that the whole organization and board I was very impressed working with, and the kids did a fantastic job.
did.
And I was proud to put this on this
So
week.
everybody give yourself, if you had anything to do with the youth fair, give yourself a hand clap, lots of hand claps, pat yourself on the back. You did a phenomenal job. We're all so proud of you, and congratulations on your hard work this year in the 2020 Berkeley County Youth Fair. And I'm sure planning will begin as soon as this one is over and all the things wrap up with the auction and getting the animals where they need to go, that planning will be beginning for 2021. I'm sure it starts immediately. So good luck to that, Dawn, and
Thank
to your
you.
team for
Thank you
next
so
year.
much.
And we have a special closing to send you off with for this year's 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. As your host, it's been an honor to be with you all week, and we want to go out celebrating in a traditional way that the fair always does. So here you go.
Broad stripes and bright stars.